Bum. How you doing? This is Don Guns of Glory playing the Gunmuse most of the time, some of the time, once upon a time. You never know what I'm going to be doing. All right, so we're live this morning. We're gonna answer some questions this morning and show what we're doing for community-wise stuff that we got in the works here. So my charity stuff is behind us. It's the last quarter of every year. And the gods of Guns of Glory all go out there and says, "Oh, he quit." He said, and they hate to find out that I'm coming back. So I know there's nothing on the screen right now. So let me go to screen one, and I got my normal stuff I got to do on startup because I don't do the he'll start here in a few minutes thing. I find it annoying, so I don't want to do it to others. Was just chatting in the Discord room, so there's a bunch of people in Discord. You know what? I got to get in there and what am I looking for? Go live. I had a week of migraines this week. I lost my green lens glasses in the laundry. I don't know how the hell they wound up in there, but they went somehow when I was taking laundry out of the dryer. They must have been on my hat at the time, and they fell into the laundry that I waited a week to fold. And found them when I actually got around to saying, I don't care how bad I feel, I'm going to get my laundry folded. That's how that happened. What else did I lose? I lost something. Oh, I lost my wallet for like 4 days. And I checked a spot where I normally put my wallet. Every single, I think I checked it 3 or 4 times, and then one time it was just there. Just absolute craziness. The gremlins are moving my crap. You ever watch the old, they rebuild every minute of time. Sometimes they get things wrong. That's why your keys move. What was that? What was that show? Twilight Zone. I just lost my cursor. What the hell? It has got nothing to do with banging my mouse on the desk. It's just final frustration. All right. So go here. Edit. Of course, we got the Discord channel right there in the top. We'll throw that in the live chat. Guys, I do lives on other genres and other channels, and I am well aware of how bad it is to get into the chat nowadays on YouTube. We're going to fix that. We're going to fix that with an off. It's like, Harry P, how you doing? Hold on, I got to do some sharing. I'm just sharing out to Discord this morning. I'm not trying to get a big audience in here. The people who give a damn will come. Some that, you know what? Where's my Discord? There it is. And paste. Dink. Send now. Okay, close this. And what else? Oh, I forgot to tell everybody that Guns of Glory I'm talking about this morning. Hold on. Guns of Glory. You know, I'm glad I got this open. This is where about 2019, Fun Plus separated the Asia from the rest of it because the Asian culture is way more into gambling than the Western cultures are. And so they don't mind the digital games of chance that always seem to roll in the same pattern. My mind sees patterns. And so when I go into the slot wheel type stuff that they show on those things, I notice that it's the same pattern. And if it's digitally random, there's no way it should be a pattern. But GOG Asia, which I don't go after that. Select playlist. And I need a new playlist. GOG 2022. Create. And done. Allow automatic chaptering, tags, guns of glory. This is a problem with my broadcasting software. It doesn't send all this stuff over, and YouTube doesn't allow it to, because they consider it might be spamming if we get any computerized help. So we're so afraid of the people who try to fraud others that people doing the right thing cannot utilize the tools they bought. That's where we are in the world. Gunmuse. I got to put Gunmuse on, my own tag in there. I am the second most popular word in Guns of Glory, and it helps people locate. Harry, I see what you said there in chat. Harry goes, your videos helped me a lot, bro. All I learned from the game, basics from you. You and about 75 other people have said that exact sentence in that exact same way, like it's a copy and paste. You wouldn't believe how many times I'm seeing that sentence. Either I got a whole bunch of people who are going back over old content, and there's no other way of saying it, but for some reason, a lot and bro are spelled the same. Just, if it's a marketing effort, man, you guys might want to swap it up a little bit. Fun Plus is well aware that I am the core of their marketing strategy. They want me to train their players. They just don't want to pay me to do it. They'd rather pay a marketing company to come out and robotically chase me around, spam me, do those kind of things. Yeah. So I'm always leery of that kind of stuff. Yeah. Not that I don't appreciate it, but I'm not ego-driven. And this is something I swear to God the Chinese cannot get, as cannot the I don't know, it's not even millennials anymore. Millennials are like 35, 40. They don't get it either. They don't understand how I cannot be ego-driven. I'm in a position they would want to be in. And, but the position I'm not in is I don't have sycophants. I do have a lot of people who follow me, but I don't have sycophants. I don't have people that, well, the closest thing to sycophants I have are the people who rebroadcast these live shows as a podcaster in the week. They, and I don't even like the word sycophant, but I mean, I hope that it describes it better than it sounds. It just true followers who want to hear what I got to say or like the way I say it. Things like that. So we're gonna get into the Discord. That's why I put the Discord up in there. If you guys want to ask some questions up in there, JD's in there asking questions about loot rotation and kingdoms, and I've seen it done 50 different ways. Okay, and I've come to the conclusion, and I tried to do this, and the very first, after we did all our fighting in 592, I reached out and I made the guy who had been nothing but an ass to me the entire time in the kingdom. Absolutely. And I made him king without telling him. Why? Because he actually showed up to a KVK. He actually participated. He actually did troops. And right then, that was about as good as we could ask for out of the Kingdom 592, because they, as much as they like to, everybody likes to say, oh, Gunmuse talked about Kingdom 592. I've not been proud of Kingdom 592. Because there was too much want and desire to get something for nothing. And I think part of the problem was when I took a full leadership role there, it allowed a larger group of people who think that way to come in there and think, I'm going to keep providing for them. And I was doing that for a while. There was the Gunmuse welfare train for a long time. And when I cut off the welfare train, the peasants revolted. And that's why I call them peasants. And they go, oh, you treat your friends so badly. My friends wouldn't have started bad-mouthing me the minute I cut them off from all the free stuff. Yeah. Oh, that's heartburn. I hate these rain energy drinks. My wife loves them. They taste like Flintstone vitamins. As soon as it hits my gut, it hurts. Yeah. Well, 592, you can go back a year, look at the videos for people that are looking at the old videos. We declared a Babe Ruth shot, and we discussed it for a month and a half before we picked a kingdom. We were in the middle. No, we were about to. Where were we? No, we had just started the Huawei deal where I got all of GOG 50% off their purchasing for 90 days. Okay. And then Huawei tried to screw me over on that deal, and more importantly, tried to screw everybody else over on that deal because I told them how big the market was. They didn't believe me. They're like every other little 14-year-old who knows how YouTube works. You know, you only got 6,000. I think I only had 6 or 7. I just broke 7,000 subscribers. I've only gained 1,800 this last year. I got Tom Vapor in my live chats telling me I'm buying subscribers. I've gained 1,800 subscribers this year. YouTube changed its algorithm. It doesn't even acknowledge that subscribers get a notification that I went live. They should be, but they don't. Well, no, Ethan, hold on here. I'm about to show what from the live that we did last week. You guys aren't going to believe what kind of developed by sheer accident out of the live. Because we remember I went live and I said, well, hell, we can do this while we're live. You know, just to fill the time on the live, I went and created a new castle and a new kingdom. And what has happened since then is players from Kingdom 312, my first original kingdom, 362, 410, 533, 592 have all showed up there. For those that are back in the Kingdom 312 days, Dad's Barbecue is now in the new kingdom that I started up in. He didn't even know it was. I was hiding in there, so no one, because I did the log off and I went in the forest and I hid, but the trolls had already tagged my castle. So changing name and hiding and changing power and doing all that stuff didn't stop it. And I'm going to show why it didn't stop it here, which is going to be the entertainment portion of it, because I was in 2 different kingdoms at the same time. But I want to address the kingdom loot rotation. Okay, that I was talking to JD. She said, could you explain the rotation thing? There is such a large core group that wants to get up in the morning, send a march to a tower, and go back to bed. That's not strategy fighting. That's I was there. Where's my free stuff? KVK cannot be done for free. All the boycott bullshit, all the NAP bullshit. If you don't want to incur losses this round, you should know that before KVK starts. Okay? But at no point in time should you be, the very first thing out of anybody's mouth is, can we get an app? How about we do these camp battles in the dark forest? That's the players who don't want to spend any money. They're not going to risk any of their growth, because how big their personal castle power number is very important to their emotional state. Okay? They cannot afford the losses. And I don't just mean the troop losses. They cannot afford the emotional knockback. You know, you get guys that you all seen us play with, is like Arkin and Creep and you know, I'm forgetting people off the top of my head. I mean, like Dad's Barbecue, going way back, you know, 4.5 years ago. You know, you put troops on the line, and if you come back with a limp nub, that's part of the game. You know, and I hope it's still that kind of agreement, you know, in the back of our minds, that we don't mind losing that money as long as there was a team, dependable team effort to try and not lose that money. Okay. Well, they're doing the migrations, Divana. So they're doing the migration. So the 500s will merge up, and then basically what you're going to wind up with is probably 8 to 10 KVK teams. This is why I think their damn strategy for grouping the hundreds together, either they know either the numbers within those old kingdoms are so low that they don't think there's any other way, or they do not realize that grouping people like that is just going to keep people from getting into teams. It's going to create the new kingdom drama in an old kingdom. And that's why we're going to talk about loot rotation. Okay. So as we're migrating this things up, you really want uh, in a good KVK kingdom, as we're migrating towards KVK kingdoms and Uncharted Seas kingdoms, right? You want 3 good, strong alliances. No farms, no false power. Keep your farms in a farm type thing. Uh, you want players, people who are going to play, and then your goal should be at least 30% of your alliance shows up, okay? Or you need to be recruiting. You can't have an R5 who logs on and goes, "How's everything going, guys? I'm wonderful. Uh, what's the plan for today?" It's they're not there to be led; they're there to lead. It's a shitty job. Uh, one of the better R5s that we had in 592 was Arkin's wife. The She ran the trains on time. She kept people in line. Everybody liked her. That's fine. That's it, but it's still a shitty job. Uh, the problems like what she would have with me is I'm already 5 months down the road in my head, and then you got to communicate in 144 characters. So I cause problems for leaders. I cause problems for people doing the grunt work, and it's not that I'm trying to cause problems. It is that I can't explain everything, and I've known for 40 years me trying to explain what I'm thinking doesn't sink into most people. So hate the R5. The R5's got a crap. Yeah. Oh, you hate being the R5 is what you're probably trying to say there, Jim. Yeah, I don't like it either. I don't like being king. The first time I was made king was in 362. I hadn't played since November, and in January, on the 1 year anniversary of our alliance, they made me king without asking. the and it is it again, being king is one of those push the buttons on times job. To be king and think you're going to change the kingdom's community dynamic by decree of power, you have an emotional disorder. If you can't wait to do something different than what's been done when you get to be king, you're not acknowledging how you got to be king by the community effort, and you're not, you know, I in 592, no kidding. All right, we have a rule. You are away from your alliance. It was United. It was Uncharted Seas rules. Basically, if you're outside your alliance, you're vulnerable. Somebody can hit you. But if you're in your alliance, no one's allowed to hit you. There's no alliance hitting. All right. So the Uncharted Seas rules followed my Kingdom 592 rules. Difference is I had to enforce those rules versus the game enforcing those rules, which made me an honorary bad guy. And like I said, it's not bad to play the bad guy wrestler. It's fun as hell. I had a blast playing bad guy wrestler. That's fine. But I mean, only a few actually see through it because they log on for 20 minutes. They want to spew whatever hateful thing that gets them by their day and move on. So when you're trying to pull these alliances together, I found that the best way to eliminate pre-drama and post-drama is your rotation of king is based on your alliance's participation in KVK. And it doesn't have to be, and I would honestly tell you, it doesn't have to be a big participation. If you only got 6 players but those 6 players show up, they fill a tower, they're not big, but they're there, they're paying attention, they're ready to move. Somebody's there ready to man their strategy center, because when we get into strategy stuff this year, guys, strategy centers need to be redesigned for what's coming, but they are a big portion of the game. Yeah, if you want to be one of those players that's always out there attacking people, park your freaking castle out in the middle of nowhere. Tell everybody where you're at. Engage. If you want to port around and dance and practice your moves, do it. The KR allows for that, but KR came on the heels of KE, and the minute they made it a 10% loss of troops, and they made it so that the alliances had all these problems of limited amount of loop to jump from one kingdom to another, instead of having a 6-way free-for-all that didn't hurt anybody for 3 days, once every 2 weeks, they tried to figure out how to sell something else. That's the problem with KR. KR should be shortened to 24 hours, and it should be a no gold, no nothing, just free-for-all ability to enjoy and practice your skills. Okay? It was better than KE, but still not the way it should be. You're trying to encourage people to play your game, Fun Plus. You're trying to encourage people to play. You don't do that by, hey, here's a gift for you. It's only $4.99. You don't speak English well, and the American consumer understands give me money. Buy another pack, Round Eye. But if you want people to engage, then you have the things that they can buy, the normal gear upgrades, things like that, packs, just do that. But give them an opportunity to use it without the troop loss, and you will find that a lot more people will keep buying $5, $6 packs to get bigger stats because they want the thrill of victory, not because they want to buy a bubble at 99 cents a day. It's only 99 cents a day to buy a bubble. How many people in the New Kingdoms are hearing those words? Yeah, you just bubble up. You don't like it. It's only 99 cents a day. That's your GOG players. They're trying to encourage spending. So like I said, I made one of the MFA guys who would actually, they threatened to zero him, which I think was bullshit. But verbally in KC, we'll zero anybody that participates in KVK. That's what MFA was doing at the time, right? Because it was trolls that took over MFA. The sweet talking lovey-dovey trolls, but trolls just the same. So I made them, and he was going around trying to patch the wounds that people falsely claimed in KC and everything else. I said, look, guys, they were given a room. They were allowed to come in there and talk. R5s, we built a room, and Art can come up with this idea, and it is really one of the best ideas for a community room in any kingdom. Okay? So you have your R5 councils that everybody wants to have, right? Anybody should be allowed to join that R5 council room, but if you're not the R5, you're silenced. You can't speak, but you can see everything that's said. The rooms are capable of doing that. When we implemented Arkin's idea, people started joining up, and people started to see, and immediately the R5s who were trolling stopped talking, went straight back to KC where you can scroll off what they said. They would only talk during certain times of day, non-peak hours. And me knowing what the peak hours, the non-peak hours, things like that was, I knew what the game plan was. It was just another way of getting around open communication. In 592, they spent 9 months trying to stop all forms of communication. I won't do this, I won't do that. You never seen so many people who wouldn't do anything if they weren't in charge and control of who could speak and who could not. So having, you know, in a representative republic, which is what the United States is, it is not a democracy. Your R5 is your R4s are your representatives, letting them speak on your behalf. They should go back to your alliance and discuss it, but the alliance should be able to see what's being discussed, right? That's why the R3s and below can join the room and watch it. And the reason we did that was because what was coming out of the rooms when it was just R5s in the room was not what was being said in the rooms. It was what the R5s wanted to be said in the rooms. So R5s, the trolls were manipulating themselves to the top of R4s and R5s, coming out of there and stating things in a way that got things moving the way they wanted them to be moved. So an open communication source that everybody says, then your alliance can go, whoa, that's not what was said. Give your alliance the ability to, that's not what he said. Have the internal debate, because, and this is where, you know what, I got to get it up on the screen here. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, hold on one second. I updated my computer to Windows 11, and I wanted to make sure I could remote log into my other accounts. I put all my games on a separate computer, and then I use Windows Remote Login to log into those games. And I was cycling through the accounts because Windows turned around and got me. Yeah, Skywolf, that was the thinking in 592, and I don't think it worked out well. Well, you're different than me. The YouTube thing brings a freaking different layer of insanity to the equation. Yeah. Fun for me in that the strategy game everybody else is playing is not the strategy game I'm playing. But now you're in Discord, Deanna. And this is one of the problems I have with line groups, and especially line. Guys, everybody no one wants to be the R5. No one wants to be in charge of things, right? So you want a Discord group where you want to come talk? Join my Discord group. Your alliance can come in there and talk amongst each other all they want to. What do they got to hide? At the very least, the worst thing that could possibly happen is they accidentally hear something that helps them. Right? Literally trying to put a stop to that is what Guns of Glory is, what the trolls in the game are. While we get the, oh my God, I've learned so much from you, keep making content. They want me to train people. They just don't want me to interact in the game. Okay, so here is an account I built weeks ago. I built this one a little bit before. I want you to see how a kingdom start normally looks, and I've gone through this 50, 60 times. I mean, a lot of you know I give away free castles a lot. I'll announce the fact that it's me, Gunmuse. So I'm going to go in here. This was day one on December 21st. December 21st, right here. Oh, I'm not showing it to you. Hold on. I have lost. I do not like Windows 11. First of all, I don't have a toolbar on my other frickin' screen. Okay, you could see it. All right. Well, I don't want you to see it like that. That sucks. There's that. There we go. All right. So, I was just untagged in KC, and I'd been watching this player pretty much in hour one trying to set up that she was the R5 and she was going to set the rules and blah, 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 which I've seen every time. It's always a woman in there that first hour setting up all the stuff. And as you can see right here, you're busy gathering players instead of playing. Pretty sure I'm not a good fit. Basically, I was trying to be nice and say, look, I was already VIP 3 when everybody else was VIP 1 in like an hour. And then I was just trying to say, look, I was just hiding, just seeing what would change in the game so that I could, develop content. And it triggered. I'm doing both things. And she could have dropped it at that. I'm doing both things. And then she started giving me her resume. Also, gonna go play Night Siege at 654. Woo! That old kingdom. Top 1 R4 at Russ. Well, right there's your credibility shot with me. We be killing Russians where I'm at. I'm kidding, guys. Although somebody asked about it in one of the new kingdoms, and I went and Googled it up, Gunmuse, we are killing Russians. We have more than a few videos on killing Russians. Some of them I didn't tag. Like the old creep video in 533 where I don't even know if we did a video on that. That was just TeamSpeak. What? Woke him up. Like, hey, creep, we're killing Russians. Hold on, I'll put on a cup of coffee. A pot of coffee. And then he killed Russians for 30 straight hours. R5 at top WO. I don't even know what that means, and I've been playing as well. Top WO at 608. C30. She's got a C30 and 608. That kingdom I started 5 days ago, I think we got a C30 already. C43 and Kingdom 5. Well, they hand those away. I think I get offered 10 a week. And she doesn't stop. Don't judge me before knowing me. I mean, I just probably am the only serious player at the kingdom. In this kingdom is what you're trying to say. Most are just kingdom jumpers. The ones that start making a big castle only spend $30 and jump to a kingdom in less than 5 days. They only invest $30 while they wait to see how the kingdom aligns. Okay? And I want to redefine that bullshit statement that's made by every single wannabe troll, because this is a troll. She was just trying to seek false power somewhere. The ones that started making a big castle and only spent $30, I do that. There's a limit of how much money I'm going to invest in a new kingdom, just to see what's going on in the kingdom. And it's enjoyable for say, but if it's going to devolve into a shit show, then I'm going to get my $30 worth of entertainment, killing the crap out of people, and go away, right? Don't give lessons. I didn't give lessons. I just said I'm not a good fit. Remember, I said I'm not a good fit for her. because she's a crazy bitch. Me and crazy bitches don't get along. Yeah, because these came over the course of like an hour and a half. I mean, she just kept coming back to it. Every time she had some free time, she'd make another statement. Ping, 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 ping. The I don't know. Let me look in here. Leaderboard. HFU. What alliance am I in here? I'm in HFU. Okay. I'm I'm in this alliance. All right. Let's go back to the one that I started the other day on the live show. Oh, I hate this. I'm having nothing but problems with this Kings group. Well, that would be stupid, wouldn't it? All right. And Guns of Glory, Fun Plus, Kingdoms of Avalon, all that good stuff. You guys, this login system is bullshit. And if you do secure an account with this system, everybody's gonna know who I am now that I got the green bar up. Hold on. I hate this. Man, I had tabs, I had multiple screens, I had multiple toolbars, and Windows 11 said, no, we got this. Let's put all your crap in one little square where you can't see shit. And I can't even figure out how to change the size of the icons yet. I'm not liking this Windows 11. I am looking for what? See, when I do that, I get this thing. Oh, wait a minute. Click off that. That's Oh, let me put your decks back up. Bing. Hold on, I'm trying to get my chat box up. Today, sometimes I get a cable for my. I got dual video cards in this machine, but I need an SLI cable because they're older cards. You know, we don't use SLI no more. But man, some of the older cards, the newer graphics cards that are coming out, are actually worse than the ones from 5 years ago. And I've got a set of cards in here that are 8 years old, but they're great cards. But I got the most memory that they had on that card when it came out was 4 gigabytes, and so I need to SLI them together to 8 gigabytes, and it's just something I got to do. See, Alt Tab. Let's go in here. I'm pretty sure. There it is. I know I got to get in here. Okay, so now. Hell no, it's not Skywolf. Look, if you're jumping to 40, I'm going to tell you right now, the lesson that I learned from 592, don't outrun your team. You being the biggest guy means that a whole bunch of people are going to go get him, Sky, and then they're never going to grow their castle. You will never have a team if you keep outgrowing them. Big enough to put everybody else down, but then you need to play for free just like they do. Don't, if you want to spend money somewhere, great, but there's no reason in a new kingdom to go out there and coin way out in front. There's no such thing. There is no way your C41, you could be C45 tomorrow, Skywolf, and my C41, 42 would kick your ass. You cannot buy the damage numbers that older kingdoms have. The true damage is inside the castle. It's only done with participation. They're fooling you by selling you that stuff. So don't be in a hurry to outrun your team. You need to log on every day and do your little we'll get into it here. Hold on. You need to log on every day. You got to do these things because you want this. You need these now. You can't buy them. There's big damage numbers in there. Well, the truth is this game's in a 3-month cycle. How do you get those? I just showed you. That's where you get them. You go in here and do these things. Oh, you're on a 30-second delay. So when you talk back to me, make sure you're specific. Don't use generalizations. All right. So, I mean, these are the things you got to get done. And I'm doing them every day in this new kingdom. So one of the first things that happened is I switched names, went in here. So you see that kind of drama shit that took place in a different kingdom than this one. I jumped over here and I was just hiding. I was an R2 over here at this alliance, not even a #1 alliance. And then they were in there setting up their alliance research. And all I did was I said in KC, hey, if you add to the timer helps, everybody gets their research and stuff done faster. So she made me R4 to just manage the donation stuff. And I'm going to show you this, guys, because this is important for new kingdoms. These help timers, let me find them. See right now, some jackass R4 in this alliance is increasing rally capacity by 1,000. Guess what? It's only for PvP. It is not helping with any of the Red Guard threats or any of the growth or any of the stuff that they're supposed to be doing. They are literally doing research that does not apply for 3 full months. Why? Because somebody knows what the year 2017 was and hadn't had an original thought since. And their answer to me pointing out that it is a dumb move is, you suck. So we've stated this before. Okay, troop march speed, I love doing that. That allows people to gather loot faster, move RSS faster. So does troop load, because people are moving things around. Max rally slots got nothing to do with Red Guard camps. That is all your Hall of War. All right. These construction speeds and research speeds aren't enough to worry about early on. Until most of your alliance is heading towards C35, this stuff can be knocked out in an hour now. But this one right here, the number of help timers you get, that's based off of your embassy. So that's another, what is it? Let me go look at my embassy right now. And it grows with time. So as your castle gets bigger and your embassy gets bigger, let's go in here. Number of timer helps. Okay, 25 plus 6. The plus 6 is from the alliance. So right now, 31 people can give me 108 seconds. Let's pull up. I'm going to pull up a calculator. 108 times 31 equals 3,348 seconds divided by 60. That is 55.8 minutes. Okay. In other words, right now, every time I need help, I'm getting a free 1-hour speed up timer from my alliance. Remember where you can use these speed ups from. They're universal. I can go in here, and that's when people are on, right? I go in here. Let's go look at the research. RSP. And got to start doing some of this anyway. That's a 3-hour one. Let's go find a short one. So when I'm on and I'm doing a dailies, you want to log off with a long one, right? Let's go to economy. There'll be a bunch of short ones in the economy. And this is overly short, but it'll prove my point. Come out, you click the help button. Numbnut has helped me out. And so my 3 minutes is down and now see on the research you don't get that instant finish. You know, that's in your guards. And I just noticed that this is not. Hold on. There we go. Get that out of my way. So I can go in here to research and do it again, right? So all these little researches you got to knock out, and it's a grind. It's a pain in the ass grind. Oh, that's 2 hours. Holy crap. Also a good indication that it's important, just so you know. But there's a 9-minute one. Okay, so I don't have to burn my speed ups. I do that, and then I go do something else in my castle. Now I go back and go up in here, and I'm going to start knocking out some of these other things. And the 2 guards I'm leveling up now, because I don't care if my troops survive in the starter of a kingdom. I don't care. So I've got Inez. Now, I made sure I did all my starter quests so that I could get my Inez card. And then I paid the $19 to 2-star because she's kind of important. But, hold on. Point. You know, they moved this around, and it's been confusing me ever since they did. Oh, it's right there. So I wanted Inez because as I level her, add experience, which I get from killing threats or doing that little green flag, the expedition thing, I gain troop training speed, all right? I also get it from Henry. So I'm getting 24% from her and 34% from him. But him, I also get building cost reductions, right? So he's the guy this is the one I'm wanting to level up high first. Because every time I kill a threat, and then I go in and put that in there, and then boom, man, you got to go to the appoint screen to see what he's getting from the appointment. Now I'm using 2 million less food, 1.6 million wood, and 640,000 iron. Now all of those little things that the help timer is giving me don't cost me any RSS. I can sit here, sit on my couch, click the button, watch some TV, click the button, watch some TV, and I'm building my account for free. I'm not buying speed up timers. I'm getting all my stuff done. Yeah, and Skywolf, I'm the reason you can't buy those things. I point blank told FunPlus, you cannot have a competition between the coiners and the players. People, and I don't want to separate the two, but there are coining players, people who log in every day, but they want to buy a little more advantage. Those are the people that should be leading things. They may not want to lead, so leave them alone. You know, I think there's a lack of respect that other players are not game icons that you can manipulate. They are people. I don't ever forget that, but I can tell you right now. Now look at my troop training speed went from 34 to 40%. So now when I get to where I'm going to build more troops, I'm going to be building them faster. Carnival! All right. So let's go ahead and broadcast this out, shall we? Kingdom. Okay, so we had this Groot swap. The Groot guy that showed up in the original SOG Alliance, they swapped names with another player. That's not the same guy. One guy took on the group player over in the alliance I joined. So when I turned around and suggested that we use the timer helps, single sentence, she made me R4 and let me go ahead and take control of the alliance growth from the research aspect. Pretty smart move on her. She had no clue who I was. And immediately 3 of her R4s quit and 5 other players quit. And good for Bella for saying, go, bitches. Because she couldn't understand why. And I had to explain to her. They were people that were infiltrating her alliance trying to be in control of it. And a whole bunch of those people who quit have already swapped names again. And I'm not actively tracking these people. I'm not playing that game anymore. But in the back of my mind, I notice it. So I don't care. It looks like this kingdom, 747, which is a cool sounding kingdom name. I see some players who hadn't been active in years showing up over here. Arkin showed up over here. War documents. I don't know if I got enough stuff to make the first one. I'm just going to hoard it until I buy my thing. And then, like, I was talking to the Dad's Barbecue. Dad's Barbecue is a big coiner. He's a very, very heavy coiner. And also one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet. But he's almost a pacifist of a big coiner. He will build up the strongest castle in the kingdom and then just won't hit people just because he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to play that way, and it's his money. He can play any damn way he wants to. He wound up in the Troll Alliance. Let's see where he is today. Night Siege in 20 minutes. Hold on. Let me get a share button in here. This guy had the group name on. This is the one that came over from SOG. And then Bella missed it. She goes, we don't have anybody named Groot here. Yeah, let's see what's going on in the kingdom. We had some heavy coin. I mean, a lot of coiners came here. But a heavy coiner that throws $100 at a new kingdom, big deal. Doesn't mean anything. But this is our old Kingdom 312 original rival, the Miller Club. That's them right there. Shadow of Glory. I made them a shadow. I made them a footprint. All right. Savage Queen was the first indicator too, and I remember Dead Barbecue says, "Is that the same Savage Queen?" I'm like, "Yep, that's the same Savage Queen." Join what? I saw. Did we run? Did they start the? Oh, they did. Hold on. Let me get my little ass in there. Make sure I'm in my gear. I'm in my gear. All right. Where are we at here? 1, 2, 2, 3, and 5. You know what? We will do Wolfman, 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 Buccaneers. All right. I'm going to go here. because I haven't looked up the castle. So now I'm going to go in here and I'm going to look at the details. And they'd have been okay, I think. All right, monstrosities being the tougher creature. You want to, it used to be, well, in the starter Night Sieges, I think now, you can do the old strategy where it rotates clockwise. And then in the upper ones, it gets into this stuff. So I'm looking at the number of creatures coming and the number of players in the fortress. You got to remember, some people logged off. And then I'm going to go look at the power. I probably should have gone there. Holy crap. You see this little 23,000 guy? He don't count. That may bleed. So it bleed. What by bleed I mean it may fail over and crash the fortress thing. I was way to the other. I missed something because I'm talking. This is one of the reasons the YouTube isn't congruent with. So two, I'll stay where I'm at. Bella's got a pretty good castle, good power. I'm building my castle. I know being at 0 in troops right now don't mean squat. Okay, but that's experience. People who just started the game and get zeroed out in week 1, that's some jackass who's having an emotional problem. That's why we built the firewall system. Was how do you stop these random in the middle of the nights or stop somebody from spending money just to keep themselves from getting bled to death on troop builds? Because they want enough troops to play the no-loss events. Very important are the war documents. War documents are damage modification. And guards have damage favoring cavalry. War documents have damage favoring distance. Okay? So if you're a distance march, your war documents are very important. Extremely important because if you're a distance march, you've got to blend your infantry and your distance together in the war documents just so. You need 80 to be a little bit of a universal single player like you're playing Skywolf. You need 80 books. 80 books or 90 books? I think it's 80 books. But my 5.9 Duke Castle has like 96 books. It's not even enough. $20 books would be you playing some underneath somebody else. And here's the thing. I don't know because I cannot mathematically figure out a way to prove it. I want to. I would love to prove that war books are part of the mega rally, and I know people say they are, but there are stats that are not part of that, and you don't know what else is not. 90 is makes you a mega leader that no matter how somebody else underneath you, if somebody brought infantry, you're supporting them. If somebody brought cavalry, you're supporting them with your war books. That's under the theory that war books go under the mega. I would say that looking at losses in the middle of megas, I don't think war books transition down. I don't think some of the versus distances transmit down. I got to take off my jacket. I got a little bit of a fever today. My forehead's already sweating. Yeah. Woo! About to fall over. How about I turn the heater off, which for some reason is set to 79. Maybe that's why I'm hot and sweating. So, you know what? I got sidetracked here. The original point was, so they go into these rooms, and the reason I got sidetracked is because all these things happen over courses of months. And the log on to your phone every other day guy doesn't pay attention to what's happening over the course of a week, let alone the course of months. And these teams, look, they got to go. The SOG, safe. This is how I know these people. Back when this was Trick King's little kingdom, back in 312, yeah, constantly on the shout outs to talk to their own damn alliance. Because they can't shut the fuck up in their own alliance chat. They're just shit talkers. No one's listening to anybody, but everybody's thinking everybody's listening to them. That kind of stuff. So the best strategy that I found for loot distribution from KVK is bring in as an alliance a rotation system. It doesn't mean that you have to go to that alliance to run your KVK. You know what? I'm going to get out of here. I'm in this thing. Yeah, get out of here so I can show. So all these damage, these are base stats that need to be done. How much your alliance contributes every day. We only got 54,000 to do. Is that? Yeah, that's 54. Is that their 54,000? That's my 54,000. Hold on. That's my 54,000. All right. So let me get this done. And I'm going to go back to 5 and get these guys started back on the thing that helps. This stuff adds up, especially once the alliance starts, once your castle grows and the number of help timers you get from your embassy grows, then that many more people from the alliance can help you. And every one of these, and the duration is how much they're helping you. So it's only another second, but 6 seconds adds up when it's times 50, 60 people, 70 people. Times 2 builders, right? You're doing 2 builders at once, or you're doing 2 builders and a research at the same time. That is a one, and at my little C22, that is a 1 hour free speed up every time. And we can go back here, and probably my research that I started was done. Yep, it's done. And then you just got to keep keeping on, right? I'm actually going to get into some development stuff. I need to get this is the stuff I want to get done. So that's 1 hour and 47. Yeah, hit the help. And we got KE coming up. So upgrade. And I don't have any firewall built in here, and somebody's going to come over and zero me out during KE for bragging rights and blah, 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 blah. Marketing power. And then they're going to never say a word again once I get my stuff ready to go ape shit on them. Man, I would tell you that I'm having a problem with all of them, Skywolf. But I like Nox better now. NOx. But the new Nox, when you install Nox, it installs an antivirus program, and it installs the Opera browser. Okay. And you got to make sure you prevent that. Read all the installation instructions. It's the antivirus that's being installed that's installing crap on your computer. Okay. It's not the player itself. KE was just nothing but drama. Especially because it used to be KEs didn't happen in every kingdom on the same weekend. Like the odds and the even kingdoms had different KEs. You could have KE and 362. We had KE and KVK at the same time. So all the people trying to shut down my channel would go out and zero people after they were weakened by a KVK. You know, and go, well, we only like KE and we want to play our game. You can't tell us how to play our game. You're a pathetic freaking loser that can only hit a weakened player. Or somebody who'd been online for 10 hours and fell asleep, walked away from their castle that's not in their alliance anymore. So you had all these other rules, things like that. That's how we came up with the no hitting people rule when they're inside your alliance thing. To understand. And then that rule is very simple. You start shit, there is shit. If one member of your alliance, if they're not booted from your alliance, forever gone, because they started shitting on behalf of your alliance, your whole alliance is going to pay the cost. Because if you're willing to defend their actions or think for a moment you can correct some random guy on the internet's morality, which is what you're saying when you say, I'll talk to him, you're delusional. You are not going to correct the random morality of a random person you don't know. It's not going to happen. Okay? That's delusions of grandeur. And so everybody goes, oh my God, Gunmuse, you get into your own ego. I don't ever try to fool myself that I am going to change the way people act. Woohoo! 2 points. Yeah, delete. Raven, man, I hadn't seen you around for a little bit. I'm going to change subject here. Raven, I've got a guy helping me build my own nodes, stratums, and pool for Ergo. And I did some solo mining and made about $400 in 5 days. So I'm figuring getting a small pool of a small group of guys that are together, we'll all make a little more money. That's exactly it. I mean, you guys have seen it on a bunch of old videos. Reality, this goes right back to the R5 room that nobody's paying attention to. Oh, they're just killing us because of this or because of that. They make up a bullshit excuse. No, probably killed them because the R5 said to go fuck off. If your leader wants to continue a fight thinking that you won't take on the bad press of KC, of how evil, and look what they're doing, they're just killing all our little players, aren't you a big bad meanie? Yep. Until your alliance understands that your R5 won't shut their pie hole, your R4s don't shut their pie hole. R4s and R5s have the ability to start a fight. And if anything, they should, I hate the boot and loot, but the boot and kill just because you can't stop them, we've done that. What's his name man, I can't even remember the guy's name. He was our troll in 592 forever. But originally started, Little Hunter was one of them, but he wasn't the original one. Lost King. Lost King went around and killed everybody he could kill, but he was a fairly weak castle, but he kept his stuff on the bot, and he would build up faster than other players, and then he would only kill who he could kill, and then that kind of stuff. Yeah, 𝙂𝙪 is about to take a big tank. Ergo's going to be my bitch. 747 is what I'm in. Okay. Kingdom 747. Bella's a pretty good R5. She don't put up with shit inside the alliance. She's not putting up with shit outside the alliance. Couldn't ask for anything more. Willing to learn the little things she hadn't learned over the years. What else can you do? An R5 is a training job. I mean, you're going to be training players. But you lead like you've been led. And then in that other kingdom where that woman was mouthing off to me, you guys need to, if you just join, and you got to go see that crazy crap. The the first alliance I joined over there, the R4 was starting shit with another alliance just to get them to attack. He was suckering new players into attack, and then he was going over and farming the alliance up. It was the excuse kill. Oh, they defiled our integrity. No, he had no integrity. And then when I left that alliance and the R5, I should have showed that. It says, you're welcome back here. It said, I understand. It said, look, I don't want to be where people are starting shit falsely just to loot players, especially in week 1. The RSS flows like water. Slow down and do the damn quests. All these events, they have added a ton of stuff to the startup. There's no need to be fighting each other right off the bat. There should be a constant learning curve so that you can play as a kingdom. Remember, what's coming is not just KVK anymore. It's KVK, KR. You've got your, was it Darklands? The Alliance on Alliance fight. All great events. But they require teamwork. But you cannot scissor yourself away from the lack of morality in other countries, right? Take what you're going to get. I mean, look, guys, if you're one of these people who have been sheltered in the United States, you're about to have a dose of the world's reality. It's coming to our doorstep. China right now is down in Mexico offloading shiploads of drugs to get into the United States, trying to literally make it so that they can, it's a way to weaken the population plan. They plan to be in charge of this country, but with China, they think in 50-year terms. You don't know what year they plan to be in charge. Although, we were talking on the live with Blind Run, Son of a Tech. So like the crypto crash that just took place, it's not a crash. If you guys watched any of my crypto stuff or any of these lives and we talked about that stuff, I told everybody it was going to happen in the first quarter of this year. How did I know? Because it's not the crypto is being it's not separate from the economy like the crypto guys want it to be. It's property. Properties are a foundational way to store wealth. On my 44 right now, so I'll be there soon. Ethan, what's your game tag? I know you. It's gotta excuse it. I just started. Man, I keep forgetting to order them. The L-arginine. I just started taking it. Oh man, and my brain's getting so much better. The fentanyl highway. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what this is. Hell, they just captured enough fentanyl to kill everyone in America last week in one trip. And then what they're doing is they're setting up these processing centers, and they're putting that fentanyl into what looks like prescription drugs, and then they're letting the kids sell what they think are prescription drugs that they can Google up the effects on, and there's been a high death rate from that. Well, do you understand what halving means? It means that you get half as much Raven when you're mining it. That's a way of causing a short, but there's other ways of causing shorts. You got currency burns, which is XRP. So I've been stockpiling the shit out of XRP. And somebody just bought $180 million of XRP. When the price fell down to 77 cents, someone bought 180 million bucks of it. Which if I had $180 million, I would have too, because anything below 91 cents right now is too low. That's a good buy. I've got enough XRP stored that I think in 18 months, I'll clear right around $25 million off XRP alone. that I bought up at 77 cents. I got a 2.5 year plan on my XRP. I'm buying the crap out of XRP. I think it'll be a $10,000 coin in a year and a half. The yeah. Oh, yeah, that's once you're there, once you've got that much of something that's going to get cut in half, stockpiled, then I would focus on, like, through the pro hashing, you can turn around and you can buy XRP with your hash rate right into your Coinbase account, but you can't buy XRP directly in Coinbase. You can't pay cash for it. So your mining operation is the only way right now to get XRP in your Coinbase account. So I would swap everything over to XRP, at least get 100 XRP in the in your account over at Coinbase, because it doesn't cost you anything. It's feeless. What and then when Coinbase starts trading XRP, see, nobody's trading XRP yet, and once they start trading that stuff, every time they trade, XRP gets a burn. Every time they do they start doing the trade and the traders get involved, the price is going to go up. The price will go up and down artificially, but the fact that people are trading it will burn it. And so the lows never get lower than what they are right now. So, boom, I switched over to XRP 3 weeks ago, and I've already got enough of it stockpiled up to my problem here lately is I'm buying a bunch of graphics cards that are not showing up. Some of it's due to the weather. Prices of graphics cards are going down, and they're not showing up. Yeah. Hold on. Pay attention. Try and be helpful in the alliance if I can. And I'm not doing anything here per se, but I'm going to be watching K747 for a while. Oh. See, I had 41 minutes left on that. It was free. I need to be paying attention to this. Upgrade. Hell, I need to be in freaking... I got construction gear. I can make this even better. Hold on. Go to store. Let's really make this go. Equip. Let's see. That was a 10. Do I have another 10 so I can go side by side? Hell, just getting them to 10 was instant. So 54 minutes. Hit the help button. Do I got more space? I don't. All right. I saved 20 minutes just swapping my gear. I need to be paying attention over here. So, yeah, the Chinese couldn't be more vulnerable right now than they've ever been, but we don't have leadership to put a stop to what they've been doing. We really could shut China down for the next 100 years right now, but wrong guy's in office. That's why this guy's in office, right? Was to prevent China from being shut down, prevent Russia from being shut down. You guys watched the Russian army go into Kyrgyzstan, and I watched the news turn around and say they shut down the largest Bitcoin mining operation in the world in Kyrgyzstan. And the price of Bitcoin fell. Never in the history of anything has producing less of it made a price go down. The news is literally saying what they want you to hear, and none of it's based in reality. If I'm making less Bitcoin, the price doesn't go down, it goes up. There were a couple things with the Bitcoin hash rate falling. But the reality is, like $180 million went into XRP. Well, that comes from somewhere. And so people have been moving their Bitcoin around and getting off into the places that are going to have long-term gains, because Bitcoin's going to fall. And but it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It's like the price of gold falling. It's still a standard. It's something we reference. So people don't understand it, but it's weird. Yeah. Okay. So on the night sieges, one of the things to pay close attention to is, while they do get harder, there are some actual night sieges you need to lose in order to get certain loot. So you got to pay attention to that as an R5, R4. Look at that. That 1 hour thing is already free. Free. Why didn't that one? Oh, that one had a little bit more to go to it. Do that. Upgrade. Nope. That's all that. All right. That probably means my research is done over here, isn't it? Nope. Not close. But that was a 2 hour. I almost got my hour off that 2 hour. But this is how the help timers are very important. You know, so when you're talking about being an R5, R4 in a new kingdom, talk about what the community that you're building is going to do for each other, even when they're not talking to each other. They're going to click the help button. All right? You want them to click that. I mean, somebody's clicking those help buttons right there. And you want to make sure that they go to settings, game settings, all the way down at the bottom. Move that to the right. A bubble will appear above your alliance button. It means they don't have to swap screens to help you. So as they're looking around for their next thing to do, that help button's in front of their face, they just click it. And you are talking about your alliance giving away 50, 60 hours every hour of free helps. It's a no-brainer, right? Should be a no-brainer. I wish there was help timers on training, but there's not. I turn on continuous training here. Hold on. Do. All right. Yeah. 2,000 years of basic economics. But they said it with such certainty that anybody who has been on Twitter and hears nothing but crap, then it reinforces the bullshit that's coming out of their mouth. That's why I always reference this game to world politics, guys, because the exact same thing happens in games. Whoever talks first is the standard, and that's rarely me. I talk to people alone in their house, one-on-one. I can hold a deeper conversation. That's why I also got all the people out there that says, you need to cut your videos down to 10 minutes. I'm holding a conversation. I'm happy to make my points, and if somebody's willing to make their points rather than just trash talk, I'll listen. Yeah. Derek, how's it going? The beer is killing it. What am I killing? What am I doing to him now? Yeah. Nice, buddy. Oh, he's talking about a different beer. There's two beers in this alliance. The alliance name is Have More Beer or something like that. Let's go Kingdom. Let's poke the trolls here a little bit, shall we? Do. No, 4747. And this is what we're going to be doing this year, just so you know. I'll play, I'll participate, but I'm not going to do any in-game stuff like that. I'm going to learn from what's going wrong in-game. It's going to seem like I'm outwardly criticizing everybody because I pretty much will be. I've learned the lessons I need to learn from this game. I've learned where the world market is. I know where they're trying to get to next. So there's all that. Man, you guys are good watch time the first thing this morning, man. A lot of viewers on too. If you guys would go ahead and mash that like button and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I am trying to inflate my ego this year and reach 10,000 subscribers in the year 2022. Despite all the FUD from my competitors, I don't buy subscribers. He knows I do. Just because he knows he can't do what I do. That's how that works. I do know about that stuff, and I know you can buy 70,000 subscribers before the people that sell subscribers will cut you off. That's how vast their network is. But when you have fake subscribers, you have fake viewership. It doesn't. They put you in this very garbage category of advertising, and it doesn't do you any good. You're wasting your time. You're much better to have 100 good quality subscribers than you are to have 10,000 fake ones. Promise you. We operated the first year off that, right? But I was underneath the old set of rules. The rules are different for new ones. Life After Dark. Go into the Discord. I've got the Guns of Glory. Look, I've got a lot going on hold on. Is it RogersRaiders.com/idletools? Hold on, let me go there, see if that actually does that. Yep, that did it. That's the plug to that channel. Yeah. And you notice that I've got RogersRaiders.com and Idle Tools for a different thing. The reason I do that is it's one of them YouTube rules that these other YouTubers don't subscribe to, is they don't understand session time. If I link you out using RogersRaiders.com, I don't suffer a session penalty for you leaving YouTube. But because I sent you to another YouTube channel over here, I actually gain a session reward because I sent you to another YouTube channel. YouTube only rewards people who go somewhere else on YouTube. It's one of the reasons my long videos, people get bored and they go somewhere else. I get rewarded for that. My Idle Tools channel, we've got a whole bunch of crap going on there. For those who don't know, I built one of the very first search engines ever. You know, me and Google were in a fight before they were a publicly traded company. Google bought a company that built a database that I had built software to interface with. Google bought that company and then utilized my open source software to access that database, but cut the rest of the world off from accessing that database. And I've been in that lawsuit for 15 years because it was open source to a publicly available company, buying that company up and then saying, well, it's open source software, but you can't talk to what the software talks to anymore. That was some horse shit. So I'm building another search engine. It's very geared towards the crypto market. And I got phase 1 done. I got 3 more phases before that goes live. And then on the idletools.com website, it used to have all kinds of stuff. I had a WordPress stuff up there. I got rid of all that. I'm going back to a secure system. I hate the free buttons. First, it's got to take me there to be free. Well, here's a question. How many of these? See, 40 minutes on the free timers. All right. So what I really need to be focusing on, because I got a KE coming, right? We're going to do this right now. Now, because they put a KE in the starter event right off the bat, everybody gets a little focused on whether or not they're going to survive a KE. You're not going to survive it. The rules of engagement for troops in the starter kingdoms are not the same as they are later on. Always work while the work's there, man. That's never pass up work. That was another thing in the news this week, right? So the jobs report comes out. It was half of what they expected. Of course, that jobs report did not report anything before they told everybody to shut down for Omicron version, right? But let me put a stat in front of you. They're at, Brandon's out there telling everybody we're at 3.9% unemployment. 15% of the country who had a job before the virus started and Trump had to shut us down, what was supposed to be for 2 weeks, but then the scientists wouldn't let us go back to work, right? It was just supposed to be 2 weeks, then a month, then 2 months, right? 15% of the people who had a job back then, 12% of them, or 15% of them, are not working yet. So if we only have a 3% unemployment, where'd the other 12% go? Well, you can blame Obama for this one, because what happens is if you haven't had a job in 18 months, you don't exist in America anymore. You're not being counted. So if you die, oops, you don't have money, oops. And I don't like seeing the Republicans on TV saying, well, they're giving away too much welfare. They are doing that. But that's because they're trying to bridge the gap to a plan to deflate the dollar. And deflating the dollar means that you as a consumer, your dollar will buy more stuff. But since we are channeled into the freaking Chinese economy, they're going to buy more what? Right? More Chinese goods. You're going to have money left over. You're going to be home. And I wonder why they're bringing all them free drugs that are good for everybody. Drugs are great, man. I'm telling you, all of it sets up, it's just a bunch of dominoes. Hey, here's these cheap free drugs that are coming in there. Sit at home, get high. Check will show up to the door. Yeah, hold on. Let's look around. Threes. Those monstrosities. Let's look at that. View details. NARMY is big enough to take care of that. What else we got going on here? There's three, 4. They got enough players in here. Wolfman. I'll come over here. I didn't look and see the details on that. Not any big players over here. So let me. I'll just go over here and set. That way I'm in here and I don't know what else is going on, but I'll come over here and set. Okay. Yeah, the U7 number. They didn't even, no one talked about that U7 number. The people, the labor participation number, the number of people who are actively capable of work but aren't working. They're not filing unemployment and they're not working, but they're eating somehow, is 15%. That's the number that should always be a concern to anybody that's wondering the state of the economy. 15% of this country is somehow eating and not working. That's in that number. They take out anybody on welfare, Social Security, disabilities, things like that. Disabled vets like me, we don't count. I don't exist. I literally am not counted by the government at all. Yeah. But I didn't count forever. I stopped working for somebody else in 1997. Yeah, it didn't used to be that way. Obama did that as soon as he went from when Obama took office and the unemployment rate kept going up, and it even got worse. And everybody forgets why the unemployment rate went ape shit under the first month. They go, well, the news went out and says it's all Bush's fault. He crapped the economy. No, Bush tried to stop letting hookers buy 6 houses. There's footage out there. Look up the Barney Franks arguments in Congress. They tried to stop all the way back in 2002. You cannot let hookers borrow $1.5 million to buy houses. They can't pay it back. But it was really a land grab for Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. And then because they said, oh, Republicans bad, Democrats good. And I'm not defending Bush because, quite frankly, there's a whole bunch of shit Bush is still screwing me over with the crap, some of his stuff he did. But when it started, Obama 6 months before the election, we're gonna force everybody into free healthcare. Then they pulled up the old Obama videos. If we could get gas to $7 a gallon, that would be a wonderful thing. And nothing he wanted to do before he started running for president would do anything but crash the economy. And then they started implementing them, same way Biden did, right? The Biden team, the Obama team is the same team. Biden doesn't know what's going on. Only now they don't have anybody saying, hey, stop, quit, it hurts. They redid how unemployment numbers were done. And basically they took the says, look, if we start letting people fall off the rolls at 18 months, they don't count no more. Then and we say out in public we're giving free unemployment, free this, and then all of a sudden the unemployment number goes down, then we're going to trick the public into thinking that people went back to work, and it worked. The people think people went back to work. Truth of the matter is, we're at 19% unemployment right now because Trump told everybody, he says, there's no way we're getting down below 20% in under a year. It's now been a little over a year and 3 months. Oh, that was the other beautiful thing. So they had that January 6th memorial. Oh my God. For those who don't know, the January 6th thing has become the biggest fraud scam I've ever seen in media, and even by most in Fox News. On January 6th, 5 people died in Washington, D.C. No, they didn't. 3 people died on January 6th in Washington, D.C., but they say 5 did. One guy had a heart attack, a police officer. Our attorney general walked out and said that man was tasered relentlessly until he had a heart attack. He was not. Right now, that man, being an officer of the court, the highest court, should be arrested for something that's not an autopsy report. There was an officer who was there that day. He just suffered a heart attack. No one was beating on him. Matter of fact, there's lots of film out there of people trying to render him aid. No one was hitting on him. No one tasered him. It just didn't happen. He just had a heart attack. It's a bad thing. But the 5th person who died in April. Not January. April. When he was hit by a car. But because he was there on January 6th, they attach his death to the January 6th quote-unquote riots. The worst riot in history. But it was just such false. Many people died. And then I was listening to the Supreme, I know most people don't listen to the Supreme Court, but I was listening to the Supreme Court arguments yesterday. And those 2 leftist judges were stating things as facts that weren't facts about COVID. Oh, Omicron is killing a whole bunch of people. Well, last I heard, no one's even signed the executive order to fund the testing for Omicron tests. They don't have them. So how do you have 100,000 new cases that you can't test for yet? Oops. The numbers are coming out of nowhere. They're the same thing that before. It's like, if you can die from a riot 4 months later when you get hit by a car. I know a guy in New Mexico that his death was attributed to COVID simply because he tested positive when he had a front-on accident in a car crash. Well, that's her ignorance. The comparisons to 9/11, that's them trying to. It sounded cool. 1-1-1-1-1-1. That's marketing and bullshit. I know why they did that, Raven. When they did the December 41, the 9/11, and then the 106, that's marketing because it rings in people's ears with that kind of harmonic. That may as well be a jingle. Buy soapy suds because you'll feel soapy all day long or something. You'll feel silky all day long. That may well be a jingle where you just make words rhyme. But the 5th guy that they attribute to. Now, the people who hit that 5th guy, this is where it gets crazy. Okay? The people driving the car that hit him were the black Muslims, the kids that egged on the little riot with the MAGA hat kid. That group were the ones driving the car who hit the 5th person. And what's full is on the Fox Nation app, you can go into Tucker Carlson. He's got video of all that stuff. It's amazing to watch it go from the stuff you've seen on TV to the rest of the footage, where once the news cameras were gone, that crew calmed down and said, they're telling the officers, nah, he didn't do nothing. They were defending the kid, but on camera they were attacking him. It was a night and day situation, and it's eye-opening that once you see that kind of switch in front of your face for what you knew and what you now know, I think the default setting for anybody when they watch the news now should be skepticism. No matter who they hear it from. Run it through a filter of logic. Well, it's gaslighting. It's a very old technique. Dog whistle. Dog whistle, again, attributes to the left trying to say that everything anybody hears is racist. That was marketing and bullshit. Gaslighting is as old as time. But yeah. I've gaslighted people. I do that a lot in the game. I take on a personality that's not normal for me just to rile somebody up. Because usually I can rile one of these guys up enough that they give me information. Yeah. I interrogated people for a long time. You don't need a bucket of water to interrogate somebody, but it's handy. And there's other ways of doing it. You hear statements like, well, nobody has ever given up information through enhanced interrogation. And that is basically a true fact. But what they do is the next time you come in to enhance interrogate something, they start talking before you start. So I guess if you count the fact that you didn't enhance interrogate them that time, and they just started rambling in their mouth, then you would be true in making a dumbass statement like that. But the reality is, if you're gonna enhance interrogate, you better bring your own monogram bucket. I got mine. There's a reason that we harden our own special forces against enhanced interrogation. It's part of survival training. Is that we get waterboarded in not in boot camp, but in specialized training, survival training, we get waterboarded. Your brain just learns how to deal with it. Now, how long you can deal with it, day after day after day after day, that's an internal thing that you can't predict. They always used to talk about John McCain. Well, he never gave up any information to the enemy. That is a fucking lie. John McCain told everybody, says, I gave him the starting lineup of the football team. Then they got every piece of information they want to, because the brain starts making connections. The quarterback is this guy, and the lineman is this guy, and things like that. It's a mathematical equation to determine what he's saying while he thinks he's lying. The only way to say nothing is to say nothing. And even then, facial expressions will start giving away what is true, what is not. At that point, you just... I probably can't do it no more because my mind's so fuddled. But the old there's two doors and a computer's in front of them. One of them always tells the truth. The other one always lies. Which door leads to death and which door is safe, right? And so you start proposing questions to it, and to figure out what the right answer is, because you only get one guess, right? Well, there is actually a way to propose questions so that if you're in front of a computer that's always lying, you get the right answer. If you're in front of a computer that's always telling the truth, you get the right answer. It's a deductive reasoning math that was divined by the CIA. I used to get those puzzles in 8th grade for entertainment. My 8th grade teacher had those things, and we had nothing to do. They'd handed those puzzles. It's like Bob lives in the brown house, Jill lives in the green house, Jimmy drives a Ford truck. Who owns the dog? Right? And there's actually a mathematical way to figuring it out. There's all kinds of other, I'm oversimplifying a little bit, but it's like that. Yeah. Who's they, Ethan? Twitter's the worst. Twitter banning Trump was the best thing that ever happened, because now conservatives can't trust Twitter at all. They were having false beliefs, and the leftists were able to eke their crap into people. Yeah. In the crypto world, if I see it on Twitter as news, I already know it's wrong. It's just cheap advertising. I can tell you, in the crypto world, everybody that's running these things is doing everything as cheap as they possibly can, and there's way too many Russian ties. There's a lot of Ponzi schemes in crypto. But how it's being used is not the same as whether or not it's got value. Again, one's always telling the truth, one's always telling the lie. The crypto chain doesn't lie. It's math. It is or it isn't. dude that has my logs in 124. Oh, so did you rebind it? Yeah, wow, that tent's already done. Well, let's upgrade some more tents. The tent ain't done. What was it that got done? Well, yeah, I want my 15% off. Woohoo! I love purple cards. All right, I'll tell you something, and this is the thing I'm working on early on. So guards. Oh my gosh, they have made this guard navigation is really overly complicated. I need to go to discharge. I'm gonna do these B's and C's. I now got all my blue guards and my green guards 4-starred up. Oh, hey, here's another one. Now I'm not upping the stars on my 5 stars because I want one good attack march. I got extras now. I'm getting extras in the purple. I need the extras. Oh, there we go. There's an extra. I need those. Not Inez. And Dela Cruz. That's what I'm doing. We go to recruit. There. All these freaking screens we got to go to, right? Get my one free one. Didn't mean to do that. Recruit. Go to my free stuff. Max. Oh, I only got 150. So what I need to be doing while I'm sitting around here dicking around, one, hitting the help button. But I need to be killing threats. Because I need to unlock that. I got to get that first guard up to level 10 so that I unlock her 5th talent, which will up my base stats on my cavalry march 50%. Well, I have other obligations in the world. Actually, I have just been relieved of one of my obligations in the world because the Biden administration has shut down one of the anti-terrorism tanks that I'm a member of. And it doesn't bode well. I do analytical thinking for world events in a little bitty think tank. Yeah. I don't I don't get my information from the news most times. The like okay, here the news is talking about how Russia went into Kurdistan. Uh, you know, the reality is the mining operation in Kurdistan that got shut down, that they're saying by the army, was asked to shut down because they did not have enough fuel oil to generate enough heat and electricity for what was going on in that area. They were asked a couple days earlier because of cold weather. Then the news narrative come in there and spun it a completely different way. But this is why Putin wants to get control over oil resources and stuff is, hey, if we cut you off from your heat in the middle of the winter, you're more likely to think our way. Stars are important if you're using the guard because it adds damage. And in the appointment areas, like over here, let's look. See, I got this one here. Let me change him because I hadn't changed him up. So you definitely want a stronger guard. I had a blue one there, but I could just as easily change him to this guy, 3-star, if I'm wanting to reach something. And the only place I want to do that, okay, so I'm going to go here, is like over here, I want as many stars as I can get because to get down to 3 stars, it drops my iron requirements. Okay, so if I go to this one, iron, but only 43,000, but I'm using my, remember the guard that I can buy for cheap, right? I was showing you guys that the first time. In your VIP 7, you can 6-star this lady, right? Lady fragments, there's two more for $20 plus all this other stuff. Right, so the VIP chests, and if you want to like skip ahead, like see the VIP $19, $19, the $9, it gets to be more fragments for $19. Depending what you need. And I don't need it right this second, so. Eve Online. What is Eve Online? $500 will be one big kingdom again, Night Fury at some point. I'll wind up looking at the recommendations I'm going to follow in the 500s, but I don't know what yet. Yeah. If farms were worth anything, I got 20 of them in 533 with you there. All maxed out on catacombs. I could start my farming network up in a heartbeat. But they're not worth anything, so. Did I ever get loot? System. Oh, there we go. Celestial Gem Scrolls, which you got to do for Night Siege, or not Night Siege, and New World. I did New World the other day. And the group player went onto his alt because I said I was going to Night Siege in the Alliance chat. Went on to a Groot alt from another kingdom, come over there and just kept zeroing my marches with his C43. That's this Inter-Kingdom childish bullshit, right? What are they proving? I suck so much that his C43 can kick my C19 at that time's ass. That's how much I suck. I can't beat his C43 with my 19. I must be wrong on everything in life. He must be right on everything in life because he has one that he can do that with. Maybe that's what he's thinking. That's why it doesn't make logical sense unless there's a severe emotional problem there. And that if that's the case, I feel for him. It doesn't bother me one way or another. But if it's business orientated, it bothers me that they think that works. Because it doesn't work. It doesn't dictate what I'm going to do next or how I'm going to do it. If I need to throw $1,000 to shut some shit down, I'll throw $1,000 to shut some shit down. I've seen me do it. Yeah. So Hitman was our kingdom troll. So I don't know what the hell she's doing there. He wound up taking over Alliance that did a merger on day 4. You know some problems happened there. And members. But this is part of the New Kingdom spin out with these guys, right? Epic winner. There's some name theming going on here. I am looking for a very particular person. So there's Angel's alt in that. So that's tied to SOG. Or at least being monitored by SOG. And then there's Dad's Barbecue. Really good guy. Where's he at in castle level now? When he's on, he plays. When he's not, he doesn't. He's just a C26. Just a C26 after one day. He literally built his castle. And that I talked to the guy, and that's why I know it's actually him and not somebody pretending to be him. And they're trying to get me to broadcast a KVK, which I'm not going to do. I might do 747's KVKs. It's a learning experience for players. So there was stuff that I needed to do. The Discord channel asked me about. Shadows of Grandeur inside this alliance. It's one of the old trolling alliances. Yeah, no, they work as a team. They set up a bot farm pretty immediately. They spread out to as many alliances they can become R4 in as they possibly can. They spread out. They're helpful the first week. Make sure they're at least an R4, and that they're so friendly that if the R5 needs to walk away for a second or pass the R5, one of them gets it. And it's a long con to taking over a lot of alliances. Lost King did it in 592. Every single alliance that Lost King joined died because he would literally sweet talk them into going up against me like, oh no, we can do it, we can take them, and they just got their asses handed to them in usually less than 15 minutes. Well, if you're starting up after you've been off for a while, because it's a new year, new things like that going on. Nova is good for the most part. What is Nova? Is that a show? I'm watching The Last Ship. It's about this far-fetched thing where the Chinese are using a disease to take over the world so they don't have to fight their enemies. Really out there. Literally looks like the Ted Turner Network used a movie studio to help plot out different scenarios of a worldwide disease spread. Yeah, that's old school though, Derek. I was C19 after that a couple hours after that live. You guys watched me do that in 5 hours. I finished leveling it up off film to try and hide it, and I couldn't hide it, so not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. The Claim my daily deals. You know what? I got a piece of gear that I probably need to disassemble. They still haven't fixed the problem of when you have multiple pieces of gear, it hides underneath something you already own. So I think it was a harvester set thing I got. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Well, there's the harvester set. I know I can disassemble that. And then I'm 20 short. I swear what I got was one of these. I saw something when I logged in. Man, they went from giving you Demon Hunter for 99 cents to giving you Retribution for $6 because it's 99 cents a piece. Not worth it. I'd rather wait for some blood stuff. Yeah, this is a lot easier. What it should be easier if players come in here and help each other a little bit. Ignore the troop things. Like I said, you got to get to a point where you got your stats reinforce the troops. So building up troops early, you need enough troops to get crap done, and not much more. Yeah, we want to. You know what? I don't need troops for that march. And then you want to save your VIP because you want to go. I'm telling you, right now, while there's bugs in the game or ill-planned T10s, whatever the T10 problem is, you want to go from C29 to C35. You want to make that immediate jump in one day. So if you're going to spend that $100 on the VIP 11, you need to be prepared to make that entire thing. So I'm hoping to have, I've got the gear reduces your RSS needs in charts on the website, but I don't have it in a dynamic database yet. I haven't converted it I changed all my systems up after I started because it made more sense the second time. And so what I did last year, I got to redo again. But I want it so that when you log into the website, you just tell me what pieces of gear you got, and boom, it'll tell you how much you're going to need to go from point A to point B, so that I can do a video on it and say, here it is, go in there. It's going to tell you what you got to have stockpiled up. And then with like the GOG bot thing that does your dailies and stuff, it actually counts your bags up to tell you how much you got. So you don't have to go in there and calculate it all up. It'll tell you what your bag numbers are. So there's a lot of work together with other companies that I'm doing to make it a little easier for you to get things done. Like I said, I think the spending portion of it that Fun Plus is looking for is in the adrenaline-driven combat. Stop. People will prepare for that. They will spend for that. But if they don't overspend to the point where it's like a damn collapsing off a cliff drug high, they'll keep doing it. Maybe they can only afford $5 a month. But having 100,000 people pay $5 a month is better than having 20 pay $5 a month because you gouged the crap out of them and they ran off. This is why they're so New Kingdom orientated. They got so far off of what they do, they never understood why they had to do it and never went back and fixed that original problem. GOG bots. Oh, just Google up GOG bots. Just logs in, does your dailies, counts up the stuff in your bags. Well, that's one of the reasons he's got a good optical character recognition in there. It's a user interface for somebody like me who's handicapped. I can't see or read the things on some of the stuff. So I went looking for a tool that would do that for me, and that's the one that did it for me. It does it for you, Deanna. And he's got a really good Discord room that go ask. They're very friendly. They'll walk you through it. They'll ask you for screenshots. They'll ask you if you think something's broken. He puts out beta patches on stuff pretty quickly. The last 4 suggestions that I gave them, he had implemented in the bot within a couple days, sent me a beta test. Within 8 days, it was in the software for everybody. Yeah. So what I know about how to build things, I'm helping him learn how to build things better. There's a lot of stuff that's not smooth. He can grind it away with time because it'll work 24 hours a day. But I'm about efficiency. Yeah. Yeah. There's people in this chat, there's people in this alliance that I see over there in their Discord room. So look, you cannot tell somebody they can't use their own user interface. That's the end of the game. They can call it against TOS all you want, but people like me who are handicapped, I need user interfaces. I can't do this without it. I'm blind in one eye. I can barely see out the other. USAF was the one that turned around, and while all I did was made a suggestion. See, that name is a shield. She threw a fit and quit the alliance because I made a suggestion on the alliance that we should be doing help timers. I was in R3. She was in R4. All she had to do is say no. I'd have dropped it. I did drop it. The R5 made me the R4, and that started the bullshit. And then they went after the R5 and says, why are you letting a troublemaker make decisions? And she didn't know who I was. And if they knew who I was, it's because they were tracking me and sharing it in a damn line Discord group. Like I said, they tagged my castle. It didn't take long to figure out who knew who I was and who wasn't. They're still in here. Yeah. Old Sonic here's one of them. He's aggressively come after me every chance he gets. He can't help himself. They're snide little pricks. They can't help themselves. 7 and F3. I can move. We got 7 and F3. Oh, they're doing Night Siege. Yeah, it does. It looks around your castle and sees what needs to be done. That's what it does. You still define what you want to get done next, how much of what you want to get done, if you want to use your RSS to grow or you don't, whatever you want to do. But there's the thing is, one of the reasons I grabbed a hold of it 3 months ago and then I didn't follow up with him was because it would do the things that people need to do to grow their account that they don't understand. So that when I start implementing it into the website, what your account will need, this thing is going to give me the ability for you to maintain your privacy and then send the data of your account to your account on my website. And then all the formulas I use to grow and things like that will be implemented and customized to you. And then we can send data back to that bot and it'll start implementing that strategy if you so choose to enforce it. All going to take about a year. Don't expect this to be overnight. That's a lot of work. But once we get the core system built, it's going to be a lot of games. We're going to be able to do a lot of games all at once. I've got this software drawing off tables, implementing algorithms, and getting set up to send stuff back. Fun Plus has 9 games that are all the same. All I got to do is change the tables and change the interactions and rebrand the website to the thing, and I built tools for 9 games all at once. And what took 3 years to get done now can be done in 3 months for 9 games. And then I'm going up. My million a month users over on Rogers Raiders turns into 12 to 15 million people a month. Which reminds me, hold on, let's go here. All right, I'm going to pull this down. And I'm going to launch that. We can do this while we're live because it needs to get done. Kingdom of Avalon is still using my old attack calculators. For the new players out there that haven't liked or subscribed to me yet, the reason people are following, and there's so many people following, is not because of my witty repartee on freaking YouTube, okay? It's because I built a functional tool that worked. Okay, I saw a need, I filled a need, and it used to be the calculators. And I built calculators since then, but we've never let them go live because Fun Plus can't make up its mind. It's like I watch them make a change, and then I watch them change it back, and then I watch them make a change, and I watch them change it back. So I'm not going to dedicate. Look at that crooked. Crooked. Yeah, went gangsta on myself there. So hold on there. I'm going to RogersRaiders.com. There are 1,291 people on right this moment. It's actually on in the last 15 minutes. And that includes people who found me via Google but may not have found what they're looking for. They hit the back button. So don't need to brag like it's all fantastic, people. And very few people log in because a lot of the information they need is out there publicly. But more importantly, the web has been taught by China. If you give out your information, we will spam you till you create a new account. And for that reason, almost nobody signs up for things anymore. But I can't undo it. So what we're going to get, hold on, let me get in here. That's just a reality of the world. There's no trust. That somebody's going to do a good thing. I don't spam you. Ask anybody in the chat if I've ever sent them an email. I've never sent a single email out. Not one in 4 years. I just don't do it because it doesn't work. Just no one's reading them. My emails are the same as your send to alls. No one's reading that crap. I don't read them. All right, so let's get into here. What am I going to do? I don't even know how to do it. I haven't used this software that I used to build the original calculators in freaking years. But somebody was complaining about the ads were covering up stuff on their phone. I built this originally with this thing called calculated field forms. And you see all these old ones like your Castle's RSS needs, your Meat Shield calculators, your COVID calculators. These are the ones I got to update. The tower toppers, that was how much troops you needed to refill at the time. All that needs to be redone because Guns of Glory changed max caps and how much a rally capacity could be done, things like that. So I need to take dynamic information from who your team leader is, which will tell me how big his rally, how many troops can be in his rally. Let you go on the website and join his rally, and then the software will tell you what formation he wants you to send, and then my calculator will tell you what blend of troops within that formation. So if he says I want a cavalry march in this thing when we're playing today, it'll tell the 14 other people that are in his rally what that formation should look like. And then once we implement it with a GOG bot, we'll turn around and the bot will run and it'll turn around and set number 7 as your formation for you because you're part of that team, right? I'm going to make it so that everybody can maintain their individual privacy and still be ready to play at 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning if you're on the West Coast, and know what it is you're going to be doing. Takes time. All right. This is why you're not seeing me do a lot of videos, is I got to do a lot of this. And you can see when I say I got a lot of calculators, guys, I got a lot of calculators. And this is the old stuff. I got a whole slew of new calculators that's on new software. Software I custom designed because it's much faster. And that's how we can handle. I hid these things because they were pigs on the web. You could only open so many pages a minute because the software was inside WordPress. It's garbage. WordPress is not designed for high volume websites. You got to throw tons of hardware equipment at it. And I bought a $60,000 server and I still was unhappy with the speed of pages. And I finally just went back to an old method that I built when I built Gunmuse the first time, when they used to DDoS me, do these attacks on my search engine. I just made the software and server so fast that the phone company got shut down, not me. The switch that would send traffic to me would lock up at AT&T. I had 7 phone companies attached to my server. The traffic would fail over to a different phone company, and I'm still serving web pages. The AT&T would call me on the phone and says, could you turn off your server? We can't seem to access our keyboard to shut off our switch. Nope. And the reason I was such a prick about that is because when I asked them to help me trace the people that were DDoSing me, attacking my company, well, for privacy issues, we can't do that. I said, what privacy does a criminal have? We just can't do that. So my little brilliant strategy mind said, you know what? I'm going to make it such a miserable freaking problem for the phone company. I don't have to deal with it. It's their problem now. After the second DDoS attack that happened, I have never been DDoSed again. Whatever they did to fix that problem, it has never happened again in 15 years. I just made it their problem. But it's because it was a gun search engine, and we don't like guns. Oh, we see the website they're going to. Yeah, we agree with the attack, so we're going to maintain their privacy. And it was usually some kid that walked in, stuck a thumb drive in a college where they got great big massive pipes in the library computer, and then walked away. And you don't need a lot of bandwidth. You can DDoS somebody with a 56K computer. All you got to do is request a page that does math, that calculates something, and that microsecond connection request can eat up a second or two of server time, and it can send out thousands per second, eating up. So it's accumulating 2,000-3,000 seconds per second of server time. That's how a DDoS works. We made it so fast that you couldn't stop us. That was a simple. But PvP formation calculator. I don't know. So let me go into here. Let's start at the top here. And so the ads were causing an issue. I let the KOA guys come in here for free, even though I get no credit for them still using my calculators. But I'm going to redo this so that I can, like I said, when I'm done, we'll be doing KOA on a regular basis anyway. Was that it? That ain't it. That ain't it either. You gotta forgive me, guys. 6. It should be. Yeah. Reality is it may not have had ads on it. Go to settings here. Hold on, I can't see. That. Anybody can ask a dumb question. The question is, can you be ironic while doing it? I would tell you, Skywolf, that I think 747 is going to be a coining kingdom. The trolls that are here are serious about playing KVK, but the way they grow is by manipulating others out of what they spend. So that's been their modus operandi for 4 years that I've known them. As long as you are smart enough to know who's a hustler, or if you want to come in there and learn what hustling looks like, 747 is going to be a fun kingdom. Yeah. The Gunmuse Castle in Kingdom 592, I have not built troops up because I'm in a long soak right now. So every KR they log in and they hit me 4 or 5 times, and every KR I win loot for free. But I haven't rebuilt the firewall from its minimum standards, which is about 1/3 of what it should, what I tell you on the website it should be. 1/3 of the numbers I give you is a minimum for endurability. Okay. 1/3 will let a 30% castle, 30% bigger than you, hit you twice and you not lose your top march. That's what that math is designed to do. I am well below the 1/3 level over on 592, and I'm still killing marches. And I know that in 362, I used to log in and get my troops back. It seemed like I never lost any power, even though I had long log offs over there. So there's all that. I'd tell you, come over here and spend, man, if you just came over here and spent $150 the first month, and then when we actually get into KVKs, if you spent less than 250, 300, you should be in the top 10. Like I said, the early power number people here now are racing out ahead because new players don't know. They don't know shit other than stealing. They don't know these players. I know these players. They don't know how to do stuff. They don't know how to cooperate with anybody. They know how to hustle. They know how to sneak in an alliance and start a fight so that they have an excuse to pummel off their RSS. Once Trick King, one of the original articles, I'll pull that up here shortly. One of the original articles that got me in with this crew. Okay, so now this says KOA calculator. This is probably the one that got an ad on it. This is a newer one because I tried to make it dynamic within this software. And there just really wasn't any way of doing it. Go back. I'm at C15 already. You want to come over? Bella, are you listening? Go to the HMB and apply. Tell him Beer said it was okay. Tell him Beer Gut Magnet said it was okay. No, there's no need to be a massive coiner anywhere. The massive coining is trying to keep up with literally they targeted Arab princes at one point. People who, you know, they don't think about money. They would, I mean, some of the original guys spent like $1.5 million a year playing a phone game. And then they tried to make it sound like everybody was doing it. And that's just not true. High Life K359. How's it going, boss? I haven't seen anybody hit the subscribe button. No way everybody's a subscriber. Oh, okay. Move my head here. I'm sitting too still. Man, I got me a new masseuse this week. She barely speaks English. But man, I went in there. My kidney was hurting real bad. My hip was hurting. My back was hurting. She got in there and grabbed a hold of my leg. Started wrenching around. They just beat the crap out of me. I'm not seeing. I thought I took all the ads off the website. I really did. But you see what I got to go do to take ads off it. So I made Rogers Raiders ad free. I'm annoyed by ads, which means I assume that you guys are. Uh, with 1 million people a month coming through there and not logging in, I almost want to put the ads back. That's $350 to $400 a day worth of income I'm not making because I don't have ads. It's a big number. And I know everybody going, oh my God, you're giving up that much money per day. Reality is, who wants to come back to a website with ads in it? And it was never my intent to make money that way. I don't, once I decided that I was going to charge people $2 to get access to some of the more refined math, I took the ads off. We do fine. We make money. Allows me to hire people. But that's also why I got to get all this stuff up to stuff. I mean, you guys see all the work I got to redo. And this is all the stuff that I've done over the last years, but it's not relevant these days. But like the Castle RSS, you see I had to redo that 1, 2, 3. I redone that calculator 3 times. And I had to do it for each set of gear, and I never had the capability of doing mix and match gear. With the new system, you can have one piece of this, one piece of that, and I'll be able to tell you exactly what your RSS needs are going to be. So it'll be one calculator based on what you tell me inside your account that you own. So if you own the top end gear, if you got this bonus or you got that bonus, whatever it is, it'll do the math for you. Not done yet. Yeah. Hold on, but I had somebody in the Discord channel complaining about the ads in my old in the old calculator that I call KOA only. So I thought I'd just do this during the live show. I'm going to take the things off, but oops. Ooh, I see some stuff there. What the hell is that? You know what? I'm doing this the hard way. I want to find an ad. Preview. The ads will show up. All right. There it is. It's in there. Fourth highest distance. And then there's an ad. All right. Second, third, fourth highest distance. So field name 25. Field name 10-4. What could be here? There it is. All right. And trash can that. Yeah, one of the other reasons I got rid of the ads was Google took it upon itself to update its ad program to include pop-ups. And I will never allow pop-ups on the website. I need people to be able to turn off their pop-up blockers so that I can pop up my stuff like data entry. So I don't want to abuse asking somebody to turn off their pop-up blocker for me. Again, it's that trust relationship, right? Got to trust each other. And there it is. No more ads there. All right. Now I just got to go find all the rest of them. Troop stats are a relative to who you're fighting. That's why there's some guy in KC right now going, do you see Usher and these guys and look at their stats? That's trying to get into your head. You need to be spending more money. You're never going to be elite at this game. It's a bad way of doing business, in my opinion. Field name 25. $37 is now dead. Save changes. Double check my work. Yeah, it's always relative who you're fighting. This is one of the reasons that we all need to harp on matchups. Okay. But the matchups suck because they keep letting the troll teams run off new kingdoms of players. Right? Their goals and our goals as real players are not the same goal. Their goal is to get something for nothing. Go in there, drop a few castles. I see people in my alliance chat in this new kingdom. Oh, I'm running over to, we're in 747. I'm running over to 740 or 743 real quick. I'll be right back. Really? You're in 3 brand new kingdoms? That means A, you're not focused here, and B, you're trying to figure out what you're going to get the most from for free somewhere else. And this is one of the reasons they hate me is if I show up and I see this activity, I used to speak out about it. I don't anymore. I'm not going to anymore. I don't care. You as an adult need to fend for yourself. Sorry. I will point out, but I can't point out who no more. Except for when I see it. These people have been chasing me for 4 years. I'm not going to let them hide. That's a psychosis when you come after me for 4 years like that. All you do is not do it. It's not hard. Oh my gosh. And see, this software is hard to navigate. I know Spinebreaker 2 is used a lot. That's one of my more popular pages. KOA guys love the shit out of the thing. Is he adding a different place there? Okay, so the ad there is tier 7 distance. Tier 7 distance and then an ad. All right. Now, see, way back when we used to have to make these calculators, and it's still true today. The minute you go from C29 to C30, your troop math changes. Not because you added T10s, but what you did 5 seconds before as a C29, you can no longer do as a C30. Hit the same guy the same way, and all of a sudden you lose more troops. The game has hidden features in it. It says, oh my God, this guy's going to be a coiner. Let me go in there and make life a little more expensive for him. Okay? Or her. Like I said, the con artists you see in the game are not the only con artists out there. China does not operate off our morals. Their job as a business is to get as much money out of your pocket as possible. My job is to save you as much money as possible, and therefore we don't get along. In 747, Ethan, if you come into 747, I would tell you do not start a farm. I do not have a farm in 747, nor will I ever. There's no reason to grow that fast. If you want to play every day, enjoy yourself, dink around, help each other out, blah, 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 I tell you, go over to HMB and see if she'll let you in there, because the help button that we got going on in HMB right now will power you up to frickin' C16 in a heartbeat. Y'all watch me do the, the stuff over here at C21, C22 with all that stuff. I mean, bam, bam, bam. You'll spend more time logging in and out to hit the help button than you will doing anything else. And then my recommendations, if you're going to coin a little bit in there, you want to do everything you can to get the Inez card, because when she drops the first time, they're going to offer you the second one for 19 bucks. Go ahead and grab it. And then you want the Henry card. Both of those cards are troop training, right? And then who's the third troop training guy? It's the one you swap Inez with. He is actually easier to star up because he's given away free in a lot of places, I think, and then or in cheap places. So you'll star him up quicker, and then it becomes about whether or not you want to use him as a star, as a lieutenant, in order to get the free RSS out of him, and then swap him around. So there's some swapping around of guards you got to do between combat and growth. I got to figure out this Streamlabs thing. I don't know what it's doing to you, Derek. What did you do? That's my software trying to save me. They Mad Hatter, man. I was just talking about Dad's Barbecue in here being in Kingdom 747. Mad Hatter logged on one night drunk, started a Kingdom War in 312, and the very people I'm telling you that are trolls that need an excuse to beat on them, beat on his alliance for 4 months for free RSS until those guys became such expert fighters that you couldn't kill them for shit. And then I stole Koji out of his alliance for Kingdom 362 because Koji was like the epic free player that you couldn't kill. Koji was a murder monster. If it's the same Mad Hatter, I don't know. If you enjoy it, do it. I mean, that's just playing more things. Oh, okay. Wrong Mad Hatter. Yeah, the Mad Alliance. There was a Mad Hatter. He got on, sent one troop at that alliance, and then they started this 3 in the morning. You did this to us. I did. And they just. It was an excuse to steal RSS is all it was. And then they were playing this propaganda game in the KC. It's where I learned the technique from was watching them do that to Koji. I watched the whole shit show. Did I actually take the ad out? All right, preview. All right, ad gone. You Kingdoms of Avalon KOA guys, we are getting rid of the ads out of here. But I am going to wind up making the pages so you have to log in and pay the $2, man. This is primo work. I gave this away for years. If you don't have copies of this by now, you're insane. Like I said, the new stuff's just going to be so much better that I don't care if they got copies of the old stuff. Spinebreaker. But I don't see a Spinebreaker. Well, that's got to be the original PvP. I just didn't name it Spinebreaker. It was originally Spinebreaker. I just didn't name it in Spinebreaker in here. The first calculator was Spinebreaker. It was revolutionary. We stockpiled T2s as part of the attack formation and just murdered big castles with it. But we had this escalating little cascade thing, and I had my little snake weave thing in there still. Doesn't work like it used to. It doesn't work at all in Guns of Glory anymore. Master Mayhem. That's our T11 formation. T11s were some powerful monsters. Yeah, why hurry? Why hurry to be strong before you're ready to be strong? Strong players cannot play without a team. T8 distance. And that is deleted. Save. Preview. No more ads. All right. Yeah, it's much better to grow as a team. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Master Mayhem, Tower Topper, COVID calculator. That was right at the start of COVID. Before I knew that you couldn't say the word COVID on YouTube or they'll ban you. Ask any YouTuber competing against me. Because I get banned all the time, right? Yeah, a place where a big player and a small player combine well is UAC. You go play as a team, and the small players do the point gathering for your alliance where they get in those towers and gather up all that stuff. You got one big player at home doing their defense, and then you've got the one big player out there using a team to gather as many crystals as possible, and that team is not focused on their individual points because there's two different point systems in UAC. There's the individual points, which people log on and says, I got my 80. See ya, bitches. You know, that's not a team player. That's where's my free loot, bitch. But you got 5, 10 people who because you can gather from a tower. Even the smallest of players just need to keep their march moving, their single march moving, and don't get caught by the big player. All right. You need a big enough player to sometimes smash down a tower, and then you guys go in there and plunder the loot out of it. And then you got to defend that loot. That loot comes back to your alliance, and then the more of it you got, that's how many points per minute you're getting. So that's why the team is out gathering the loot, is to increase the points per minute. People don't understand the scoring system, so they don't understand how they need to strategize. Strategize. And T8 distance on this one. Ooh, excuse me, I need a nap. All right. All right. Silver members, free members. There's a lot of stuff. Like I said, when we started going dynamic, it's more work. It's more work now, but it's less work later. If that makes sense. And then I don't even know how they're finding those calculators. Where do you find those calculators on my website? I actually thought I removed them from the menus. I think they're finding them in Google. Google snitching on me. Is it in the Kingdom 580? I don't know why that's down there. That's a forums. I know they were complaining about it, but I don't know how you found those old calculators because I tried to let them drift down and die on their own under their own weight of time, but they've never stopped getting people who go to them all the time. Matt had that, but that's a rarity. The working as a kingdom type thing. That's one of those things where the troll team never showed up, so you never had the seed of hateful bullshit. How much gold is too much for an assault cannon? You can get it for free. Just 3 days after the guy buys it, go steal it from him. I'll tell you what we used to do, Wolf. We used to bid guys that were buying that thing up. We used to be dicks and make you pay 100,000 gold for it when that thing 25,000 was usually a very big number. If you can defend it till the end of time, that's what it is. But the minute you buy it and if you got trolling in your kingdom, you go into UAC and they zero you in UAC and you forget, they're going to steal it from you. They can steal it, and then they'll punt the castle. Yeah. The assault cannon ain't the one you want. If you're going to be the leader in there, you want the one where you get the one you get if you build your airship up the biggest. Look, you're talking about how much gold to spend. I don't think the assault cannon is the most premium freaking wonder anymore. The 5% damage reduction is a much better number than the assault one. How many times have you gone to a KVK and the damn guy is sitting there with the assault cannon on in the palace? It's the wrong freaking wonder for taking hits. The assault cannon should be on the guy hitting towers. Yeah. You want the 5% damage reduction, plus you get the storage and there's a lot of benefits to the other wonder. You want the one, if you build your airship up, whatever level you got to get your airship to, you get a free wonder. I think it's the first one to level 5 gets that wonder for free. Guardian Shield. There you go, Santos. Thank you. That's the premium wonder for somebody who's truly playing KVK. The cannon is on the guy who has to go hit other kingdoms. We never got to discuss any of that strategy in 5.9.2 because we can never get people to shut up long enough to listen to a fact or any fact or countermand everything with as much trash talk as they could come up with that had no facts in it. So, yeah, we didn't get to build that kingdom up, but I'm not going to this time. I'm just going to build the tools, shoot the videos on how to use the tools, and I'm pretty sure that the how to use them will work itself out. People are smart enough to know how to take a tool and, a hammer's what you call it. If I'm pounding in a nail with a brick, that brick's my hammer. That brick's my tool. So a hammer's what you call it. I'm just going to build I'm going to build my tools because they'll be the only ones that exist. I'm going to explain how to use them. People will get benefit from using it. And the internal fighting and arguments of don't go to him, don't listen to him. Somebody's going to know this shit works. Screw the guy that keeps telling me not to. That's why I keep growing and everyone keeps dying, because they literally think they can propagandize me out of the environment. I don't let YouTube make me. I don't let the trolls break me. Yeah, it doesn't matter what they think or what they say. I know what I'm doing. I know why I'm doing it. I wish I was doing it faster, but I'm not. Hell no. You can only use one at a time there, Wolf. If you've got the Guardian Shield, get rid of all the other wonders. And that'd be the only one that's the only one you need. If you got the Guardian Shield and you build one of my firewalls, you're eating T13s all day long. I eat T13s without that Guardian Shield. Yeah, I don't worry about the cannon. The cannon's free. I mean, look, in order to run in order for a kingdom to have a valid KVK team, you need 4 people who are capable of holding mega rallies in a tower, which means they have to have gold. Okay, and that means that they probably spend between $2 and $250 a month. That's a reality for your towers. You need your mega rally. You need your palace leader. He's going to spend a little more than $250 because he's going to have to rebuild more troops than anybody else. So he's going to be about at least a $400 a month player. Then if you want to start affecting strategies, you need 15 players who have enough gold to jump to another kingdom and one leader there who can run a mega rally effectively. That's a team. If you don't have that, you don't have a team yet. It's like trying to play the World Series with 6 players. Okay, it's just you need certain numbers. People have seen me talk about it before, where we talked about it early in 592, where I talked about we don't have the troop volume. They said, why aren't we taking this other kingdom over here? We can knock them out easily. We don't have the troop volume to survive it. They don't even know what I mean by troop volume. We never got to get into the discussion so that everybody in 592 would know what troop volume is. I wanted hundreds of people to know that when we said the word troop volume, what that meant, and for them to be able to figure it out for themselves what that number should be as a double check to whether or not I was doing it right. I do a lot of things at once, and I skip over crap. Never got to get to that discussion. The trolls have done great damage. Like I said, GOG is out to keep you ignorant because they think the ignorant guy spends more. It has been my practice in business for 40 plus years that an educated customer spends more with me, not an uneducated one. Yeah. If you're a C40, you need 6 C35s at least. You should be in some balance if the matchups are balancing out. But early on in a kingdom, know when you're overmatched and don't put your people at risk. Treat your digital troops like they're real troops. It's not a game. It's people's money. And if people spend $100 building up to play KVK and you get that $100 taken away from them because you're all cock and bulls, rushing into this, rushing into that, and I don't give a shit, just build more. You know, I've heard coiners say that. Yeah, your 15 guys can't just build more. They're willing to lose it. They're willing to do the dailies to build it back up. But if you just think you're going to pound it in and you'll build, 1.5, 2 million troops, they're not gonna. The very next KVK, they won't have them, so you're going to lose that one. Now you're out that loot. And then after you've done that once or twice, the players are going to stop spending money to rebuild because you have no respect for what little money they may have in life that they want to help you. You don't have any respect for that money. It's a little known fact that only 1 out of 3 pigs know how to build a house out of brick. There's wisdom in that statement, folks. Yeah. You have to have the education to know when you're outmatched and what you're going to do to survive it. Let's put it in a fairy tale, right? I'm going to huff and puff. But only 1 out of 3 pigs knows how to build a house out of brick. Everybody else has got it wrong. So it's about being prepared for what's coming. And knowing and identifying what's coming. I don't even know if people even understand the morals of fairy tales anymore. Do they even tell fairy tales anymore? Or they just put it in cartoon form and plop a kid in front of it? Make Barney dance. Barney's got no wisdom, but Barney can dance. Barney's probably not even a thing anymore. Yeah. And if you catch yourself saying the word wiggles out loud in front of other adults, you're in all kinds of deep shit. I got the wiggles. Ow. Yeah. Oh. My wife's all proud. My wife's been going to the gym and been doing a muscle workout. The other day she went to show me, she said, I got a little bitty bicep now. My wife works out at the refinery. I mean, she opens and closes valves for a living. Why ask for a nap? Here's where I've got a problem with the asking for a nap. Okay. First of all, 20 people who shouldn't say shit, I've already contacted them begging for a nap the very first second that you went in there. So your leadership ain't in charge of dick. I'll promise you that. There's always somebody who thinks that they're such a smooth talker, they're going to get that nap, and then and we'll all be, and then I'll be the hero that nobody dies because I got them a nap. You come at me in the first 5 seconds offering a nap, and I know I can kick your ass. My job is to put my money in the center in KVK and get loot. I may not want your kingdom, but I need your kills. So before you establish the who to talk to, and then when you start hearing stuff like, well, Joe Bob said he wanted a nap, and then you hit me. Well, Joe Bob didn't talk to me. So Skywolf, you're a coiner. Now 20 people are contacting another kingdom and saying, we'll make sure Skywolf doesn't hit anybody as long as I get my free loot that I can't afford. That's what a non-coiner asking for a nap is true, or a boycott is trying to affect. They weren't going to get any loot because loot's based on the number of kills during KVK. It only takes one tower. You kill one tower and you get all but the last that last thing of loot. But the last thing of loot ain't worth it. Just get the was it 10 rows, not the 12 rows. The last two aren't worth it unless you're really, really, really trying to get like a set, those 6 gears. And then it can be cheaper if you're just in there killing. But KVK is about killing. It is not about napping. Non-aggression policy is what nap means. Not another penny. Yeah, non-aggression pact. They start this game. People download a game they've never heard of called Guns of Glory. They go in there, and some bitch says, I'm in the R5 room, and we've all discussed it, and all the R5 leaders agree that it's a nap. You're in violation of the kingdom's rules. What fucking world do you think that someplace that you can't post the rules, that you're going to turn around and decree the rules behind a closed door where nobody can hear you declare the rules? Like I said, the best thing is to build a room that anybody can join and you can see the rules that are taking place that are discussed. Out of sight, out of mind, out of your damn mind if you think you're if that's any kind of leadership. I think too many people learn leadership from their boss at McDonald's. Once he gets promoted enough that he can go sit in his little 3-foot by 3-foot cubicle in the back, he doesn't have to talk or do anything. He just gives orders. He doesn't go out and lead from the front. If you got nothing to do, you're supposed to be. If you got time to be leaning, you got time to be cleaning. That's still a phrase down at McDonald's. It was when I was 13, 14 years old doing that job. Of course, when I was 14, a bus could pull in and we could make 26 hamburgers in under 30 seconds. For some reason, after 9 minutes waiting at the window, I got to pull around and wait for somebody to walk out front 10 minutes later and hand me my cold fries. Yeah. How do you go slower with a microwave than we did with a grill? And not taste as good. What are matching points? I haven't dug into the matching point systems yet, Hostile Saber. I know what you're talking about, but Gonna have to wait for me on that one. It will be my intention at some point, if they keep that system, I'll make it so that people can come and tell me what kingdom they matched up from based on our ability for you to build rallies. That'll give me an indication of what power is matching up with what power, and I may be able to reverse engineer their matching system, not for the not for the purpose of breaking it, but maybe we fixed the matching system from an article on Rogers Raiders years ago, and then when they undid the fix, everybody started bitching again. I remember the very first one where they implemented my fix. I wrote it out, I translated it to Chinese, sent it to them. They implemented it, and everybody was happy for almost 6 whole months. And then somebody, I mean, they changed workers over at FunPlus quite frequently. Well, they're trying to figure out how to balance out the matching system. Like I said, they're trying to fix the problem of on that they created by not addressing the problem they created. Yes, they've got a matchup problem. Their matchup problem is a lack of variety of depth of alliances and kingdoms to choose from. That lack of variety is going to make mixed matches. And look, we spent years manipulating the matchup system. Creep pointed it out to me one day, and it wound up being a truism for about 6 months. If you joined UAC the very first minute on Sunday evening, you set your alliance up. Whatever your alliance power was, you set that alliance power, and then they referenced people who joined underneath you setting the power for that tier for that UAC. And based on that, we got equally matched power players in all our UACs for about 8 months. That's not true anymore. Then for a while in 362, it was based on the number of wins your alliance got. Okay? And then there was a decaying win, which is probably what the matchup points are from. Where in the KVKs, we were avoiding taking your palace, but we weren't avoiding kicking your ass. Right? I get my loot from kicking somebody's ass. So I don't get my loot from taking somebody else's palace. There's no reason to take somebody else's palace. There's no benefit to it. The RSS, the extra, there's extra boxes. So freaking what? There's not extra boxes per person. If they want people to start taking multiple kingdoms again, you've got to lift the restrictions on one person getting 10 boxes all at one time. Exactly what I would do, Skywolf. That's exactly what I did do for a long time. You go back some of my old videos in 592, for about 6 months while the kingdom couldn't fight, I jumped to another kingdom and killed all 4 towers by myself, no rallies. That's what I did. I went and got all my points, I got all my loot, and I grew. Because I spent my $300-400 preparing for a long fight. But if I sat there and napped, I spent $300-400 and I got nothing for it. The loser loot for a guy like for people that somebody's trying to be on top isn't good enough. It costs about $400 to be a leader in a KVK. And if you get all your stuff from KVK from points, you only get about $150 back. So you're just trying to get some of your money back. And then you got all the drama queens out there going, "Oh my God, you don't respect our naps, you don't listen," and then they're going to try and trash talk you into the dirt, and they don't respect your money, your effort, but they damn sure want you there. They just want you to sit in the palace and get them their free loot. And if something bad happens, they want you to pay the bill. It's a welfare state. Got to be careful of that. Do you want to build a welfare kingdom? That's what a welfare kingdom looks like. So we get back into loot rotation. So people their alliance brings people to whatever place that you're doing uh, uh, whatever place that you're doing your KVKs from. With the new donation system, it is possible to build a KVK alliance again, because it used to take too long to build the donations up. But you could build a KVK donation alliance pretty easily. And then so you have a neutral ground, but you shouldn't need it. No one should be running around being that dickhead that you need neutral ground. But if you need neutral ground, so let's say you got 8 alliances, and you set a rule that says, look, if you bring 4 players to KVK, if they're there at 3 o'clock in the morning when the KVK starts, we consider your alliance active. And if your alliance is active, you're in the rotation for picking the king. Not being the king, picking the king. Because being the king means you got to be on every damn day and hit the timers on time so people get their freaking buffs. I honestly tell you, if there's somebody who wants to be king all the freaking time because they're on every day to get the stuff right, let them be that king all the time. If you want to be that way just to get your name on the board one time, I've done it just to say I did it. I did it in 592. I had no intentions on being on the board in K592. I had 2 different R5s picked out to be the first king and the second king. We picked the first R5 as king. She ran around and started listening to everybody else like, he's just full of crap. He can't do nothing. That's why he needs you, blah, blah, blah. And then they attacked one of my players, and we put down that entire alliance and the other 2 around it in less than 7 minutes. Because they thought, well, we're just going to take the second one by force. They weren't going to negotiate no more. So much for, they got somebody talking in their ears like, well, Gunmuse was picking kings because I wanted to pick people that I thought would help the kingdom grow and not some random players. They had some girl, Clara, I think. She's like 14. She said hello to everybody. She was really nice, and she was going to be the first king. And then I went over to her alliance and started getting her ready and prepared to be in the King's Challenge and understand what's going on. Me and somebody, I can't remember the other guys. 2 of us, the biggest 2 castles in the kingdom, we spent weeks helping her out. And the kingdom troll got in her ear and said, he's just stealing your alliance. Because I think at the time I'd been R5 for like a couple of days so that I could get some research and stuff lined out. And she goes, I need my alliance back right now. We had moved her alliance from being in one of these center locations in the kingdom over to a location where her alliance could grow and win a UAC. I set her alliance up. I set her buildings up. I set all this stuff up for her. It was such a sweet location that I found that when I gave her back the R5, she destroyed all her buildings 10 minutes later and moved everything back to the center of the kingdom where her alliance got farmed during KR the minute for it. They weren't ready for it. The craziness of which she did it, I took her out of the rotation and I moved Xandra into, who was supposed to be second. She moved into first. Then Xandra backstabbed us. With some help from people inside my alliance, always wanting to be people's friends and have places to go and options and be one of chatters. There's always people endearing themselves to others. You got to watch out for that stuff. I see it. They don't understand always that there ain't a whole hell of a lot. When I took on a project like that, I knew for a fact there ain't nothing anybody could do about it. The whole point was the project was the project. I don't care about the social aspect of it. The people that were supposed to care about the social aspect of it did a piss poor job of it. Because in order to endear themselves to other alliances, they trash talked me behind my back without thinking I didn't know. the, that's how they got, hey, yeah, we don't like him either. That's how that was their entry line to cooperation. Yeah. Goddamn wonky. I didn't say it. Look, Wonky does what Wonky does well, but the reason he was brought in as part of the team in 592 was to constantly go over, help, be trainful, and he does it well, and he's a good-hearted person in that manner. But Wonky also wants to take 50,000 troops and go headlong and kill somebody the minute a kill thing starts, and it's bad by example. The I didn't clamp down on my freaking R4s as much as I should have. They think I clamped down too much, but the fact of the matter is, the kill everybody plans that kept coming out of there was because I used to let them guys log in and make decisions on my castle. And freaking Wonky would do shit like make me reinforce him while I was in, so that he looked strong, but then he forgot to put on my combat gear. I log in and I'm missing a freaking 500,000 troops. That kind of stupid shit. Yeah. Like I said, there's bad gameplay in there. Yeah, but it didn't bother me. I mean, I had a budget, and we were under budget there for a long time. Uh, but it was a budgeted event. I think we wound up spending in 4.5 months. We spent 16,000 on that castle, and overall, I probably spent about 21,000 to date. But I spent more in the first 4 months than I have since. The But it was just to have an enforcer, because you got to remember there was no Guns of Glory isn't out there enforcing its own rules. There's nobody that can. And the mocking in KC always was, well, you can't protect everybody. And that's true. I only got one march. And I tell you guys that all the time. That's where they learned that from. A big guy out there can only he can only send one march at a tower. So you deal with big guys in towers. And then it got to be where they had several alliances and stuff. But I'll tell you what they failed to understand until I started doing it was, I think I got a video on it out there. I can take down 5 forts at a time, and ain't a damn thing anybody in the kingdom can do about it. I can put a march in all 5 forts, knock them suckers down, and I've seen me do it. Yeah. What did I call that? Yeah. So it's, once you do that, you can take the strategy centers out of the place. Then they got to rebuild it. And if those guys are running bot farms, it's a lot of work to rebuild a botted up alliance. They look big. They don't ever participate. They don't, this thing goes like, we don't destroy buildings. Trolls want that rule. Bullshit. Your alliance can't control itself. You got no business being there. Bye-bye. I'm going to make it so that if you don't want me killing, and I'll tell you what, it's much kinder to take down their fortress when you know there are good players who don't know why they're being attacked than it is for me to zero the alliance. I'm just going to make it so that you can't donate, so that you can't buy your loot out of the alliance store. That's why I took down the forts, because I'm taking down your Hall of Heroes, right? I'm taking away your dailies. I'm making you ask the question, why? And then usually if you get bold enough to go out to KC and defy your R5 who tells you, get out of KC, you can't reason with him. If they're saying that before you've ever asked or they've never done it. Sometimes people come in there and then I explain, this is why. I said, why? And usually I have to do it in question form. Why are you doing this? We're not doing that. I said, but you did. And then what's worse is I would set those things up and then I'd put them on film. they would get into this long explanation about how I was a liar, blah, blah, blah. And I've got a bunch of films out there where then the film comes out. Oh, you did say it. You did do it. You've been doing this shit all along. What's worse is people go back to believing the person who just got put on film with evidence of lying. Which means, what about you? After I've exposed your leadership as being a constant troublemaking liar and done it with evidence and film, no longer do I give a fuck if your castle survives. The fort was the polite conversation. You can rebuild the fort in a few hours. It doesn't cost you anything. But if you can't recognize that if you're going to endorse your leadership by ignoring your leadership, at that point, I got 100 people who are being unreasonable because you're acting as a single unit. It's just logic. I can't wait for you to hit me in the middle of the night when my guy's down. I'm going to make sure you can't hit anybody. Yeah, look, the game only gives you one button to respond to an unreasonable person, and that's the attack button. There is nothing else in there to make them see reason. And I've said this before. You cannot debate a liar. You have to duel them. The game only gives you one button to deal with that problem. And if you don't have the power to stand your ground against that lying, thieving, conniving son of a bitch that's causing problems, then you better have the power to make their alliance not want to follow them no more. Usually somebody sneaks their way into a big castle that they can't afford when somebody's quitting. Says, man, can I have it? Or they'll pay $50, $100 for it when they were just going to give it away. I did it on purpose in 3.6.2. No, 3.12. My castle was one of the strongest castles in 3.12 when I left. And then we had Callista in 3.6.2. She couldn't afford to play in 3.6.2 and build up her account. So I gave her my freaking Uber castle in 3.12 and let her just go ape shit on the freaking berry trolls who are attacking me now. Yeah. Yeah. Ethan, $15. There is Demon Hunter gears, $1. You can buy the starter pack of guard weapons for $1. $5 to get you starter stuff. You want to make sure you during the first 5 days, if you get a good guard, man, if you $15 is not going to let you buy the second one, the second star. They're usually $20 for the second star, but that's cheaper than you're ever going to get them again. And that's not coming around. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. Just play the way you play. The reason you want to star up your purples is it looks like you get a little bit of roll when your purples are starred up. Let me get back in it. You know what? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sitting here staring. I can stare at the statistics on my freaking screen all day long. I know you guys can't. I don't like this. Okay. We are in week 1. They just dropped the silver mine. There's nobody who has the gear or the troops to mine that silver. And really we should stick to, the biggest buffs so that you get the most alliance points so that we can speed up research. Since nobody has that gear, guess what she just did? And this is a good learning experience. Okay, so people are going to mine less silver because they don't have the buffs to get it. They don't have the speed ups to get it. When you mine at the Alliance mine, your Alliance earns points. Let me get out of this stupid stuff. I sent out a mail to all. So the other R4 who is changing his name that I mentioned earlier, yeah, he's the one doing that. He's doing it to be an ass. He's trying to upset me, and all he's doing is fucking over the Alliance over here. Yeah, just to upset me, he'll fuck everybody else here. That's been par for the course. All right, so let me look around at what we got ready to go. Troop march speed, that's a good one. KE coming up. Troop march speed matters. I expect a lot of combat bots in K47, and it'll be, oh, he's good. He moves his troops. He's awesome. Woo! I got news for the combat botters out there. I can bust your timing. It took me a long time to beat the botters. Yeah, there's ways of faking the settings on the bot. They gotta set it up for your timings, and there's ways of showing them fake settings. Never gonna do a video on that because that kind of botting is a TOS violation, and I don't like it. I play the game to play the game, not to have a bot play the game for me in combat. I want the strategy. I want the combat. I want to go person on person. I don't play the game to log in for 5 hours and do dailies. That's a job, not a game. When people go, it's just a game. It's just a job if you're that kind of free player. It's not just a game anymore. So when you do the silver mine, the Alliance is getting less loot. So we're going to go in here, go Alliance, and first I'm going to check the store. All right. Item list. See, we got 2 million points. So those points aren't doing us anything, right? Let's go up here, go donations, speed up. And we're gonna actually speed through some of this stuff. All right, and let's go look. I got some more pages to look at here. When you start getting into troop stuff, you damn sure want to do. Everybody wants to do their expansion first. That's a default mental thing. But you want to get into these they got all, you want to get these, anything that says damage on it, you want it in there. And you damn sure don't want to ignore the artillery. I've done enough of this. I shouldn't have to argue this anymore. Do your fucking artillery research. Artillery does not die as easily, and it absorbs health on behalf of your other troops. Having your artillery be as resilient as possible is free troops. It's less troops to rebuild. It's more troops that you have at the end of the fight so that you have more troops because you built what you could build. It's free. I'll do my Jimmy Walker. It's free, Get your free money. Check your zip code. All right. Of course, we don't want the Alliance Hospital down. Alliance Hospital is a good way to get people to... So there's another troop march speed down here in the deep ones. We'll want to do that. And, we got another Alliance membership down here. So I've got that timer help going, but we really want to be doing that one right now. Let's do that. And then we got 2 more timer help things going underneath it. All right. So we want to do this, we want to do this, we want to do this, and then we're going to focus on our other growth stuff. Troop load. Troop load's huge, especially when you get into combat events like KR. The more troop load you got, one, it's easier for people that are sharing RSS to go clean out a farm. That's a time saver. But like during KR, you need to be able to stick 2 or 3 hits and move. So you need those 2 or 3 marches to bring back as much RSS as possible and run away. You don't want to be caught out in the middle of nowhere. So for a guy, I haven't participated in KR in a long time. But with my firewall system, I can go into another kingdom and sit there and just plow somebody's alliance. And when some big monster C45 with max stats jumps in on me, I'm just going to eat his march if I don't port fast enough. So I'm going to get all my points when he attacks me. And then all I'm really doing over there is gathering RSS. That's how that works now. It's one of the other reasons we built the firewall, so that people could safely deploy on the aggression. And if you watch the firewall video, I talk to you about where you need to be in the firewall to be that aggressive player. Now you need to be in the 9 to frickin' 10 range on the firewall if you want to play KR. Because the biggest player they got is going to come after you. And if you're not quick enough, yeah, and during KR, that's when you'll see a lot of hacks. Things like 5 marches being launched at you so freaking fast that you literally cannot push any button in your castle. And that's a mechanical deal. Somebody's hooked their freaking their Xbox controller up to a game interface. That's a mechanical deal. So we got these 3 down in the 8s. Let's go look down in the 9s. Oh, we're not there yet. Got to get alliance level 14 and 15. We got some more growing to do. I'll tell Bella she'll go in there and dump a crap load of money into that thing. She's spending money to grow her alliance. She's doing a good job. She wants to lead a big alliance early on, and she's putting her money where her mouth is on that. She could have really done more growing in her power, but she probably does know that she can do that later. Go in here and donate up. Ding, 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 ding. There you go. Got my daily done. All right. Now I got to find my damn. There we go. HTSL? Is that what it's called? Oh, you're talking that. Put a limit on your Google account. That little thing that says you can't spend is your first hand slap, right? Nothing stops you from going in there and overriding it 10 seconds later. And just know in the back of your mind that if you're overriding your own spending limit, you've got a problem. That's a gambling addiction, right? I once upon a time had a $200 a month anything I spent on the internet. So if I played a game, it took I'm on a $200 budget. If I played I'll tell you, the advent of Amazon and everything else getting easier to do, that just kind of went out the window. But in my Google Play Store, I got parental locks in there because I'm not above letting adrenaline drive the day. But at the same time, the sometimes I got to do it for. I just got to be careful whether or not I'm doing it for personal reasons or business reasons. The Come on into 747 there, David. Build slow, play slow. Clarence Dalton, how you been? The I scroll up and I see that goddamn wonky. I didn't even say his name. Somebody else said it. But I'll be accused of it. Yeah. Right. See, this is the filming issue here. Like I said, the reason we did those timer helps, we'll get another 3 timer helps, right? Which will be another. It'll put. I think when you get it all maxed out, it comes out to about an hour and 35 minutes from Alliance helps, which is a bunch. Yeah, 747. Like every wannabe or lots of great old players that I've met over the years seem to have joined into 747, and not because I was here, but accidental. If you got a teaching nature, R5's the job for you, man. It's about what you want to be. I don't want to be responsible for other people's money. I hated that in the military. That was part of the military. You know, if when I was in the Navy, we don't do this in the Navy, but we did. You know, I had a unit of Marines that worked underneath me my last couple of years in the Navy, and one of the things they do in the Marines, you bounce a check, and now me as the guy in charge, I got to go help you balance your damn checkbook and teach you how to balance your checkbook. I hated that shit. Be responsible with your own damn money. The But the Marines don't think that way. I get why they don't think that way. There's unwritten rules in the Marine Corps. The wives tend to go, when people are on deployment, wives tend to go out to the bars. You have sex with another man's wife, and I guarantee you, your life in the Marine Corps is the most miserable fucking place you'll ever be. There ain't a shitter that will not be sparkling clean for the next 3 years till you transfer and nobody knows who you are. Yeah. They don't trash the wife for it, but they damn sure trash the Marine that crossed the line. Because that's the guy that's being trained to have some honor. What, in 747? I don't know that we have room. I don't know what her plan is. I agreed not to be bringing people in here. All right, so I can't, I don't run the alliance. I'm not going to run the alliance. There's room. HMB is the one I'm in. There's room if you're going to play. Yeah. One, two, two, two. Look at all that. Mm-mm. I could use some RSS right now. Let's do that. That looks like somebody opened up their stuff and walked away from. He's out in the middle of nowhere. So people often ask about guards, and they always ask about what they see on my screen. And I want to show you, I don't have the other gold guard, and I don't know that it's a good idea to have the other gold guard yet because, so I am, what's her name? Not Inez, where's she at? Anne Delavu, Anne, the original Anne. They got 3 Annes now. Let's make it confusing. And I coupled her with the Copernicus guy, right? Is he still called Copernicus? Galileo, never mind, it's not Copernicus. And that's because her first talent and his third talent work nicely together. So yes, I have them open. And then I'm trying to get her fifth talent open so that I can get my base stats up higher for my Cav. That'll make both guards work better. Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on. You wait till you start that new event when they keep offering you free discounted packages. Them damn things went scrolling across the screen 9 million miles away. Yeah. Tell you what I need to do. These are long cooks. Upgrading your academy. And you get caught off guard when you got to do an academy catch up, right? So while there's people playing for the next 8 hours, I'll get my maximum speed up, so that'll be 7 hours versus 8. Get some more of them. Let's see what we got. How I hadn't hit anybody in this kingdom yet. That's why I'm going to do that. I have no clue. I got an eclectic mess of a march. It's whatever was handy that I'm training. Definitely nothing you want to frickin' duplicate. All right, don't duplicate what you see here. It is a mess. And we're going to do something before we even jump. All right. Save that. Okay. Let's go look at his scout report because he's Russian. Russians always seem to find castles out in the middle of nowhere and post scout reports. So do Japanese. You know, when we run these international alliances. Okay, so troops, level 1 airship. Oh, hey, I got another layer of cavalry I can add onto there. All right. Then if you're actually wanting to plunder anything, oh my gosh. Whew. I don't know that I got any. No, hold on. So when you're plundering a castle, you want to make sure you got some farm gear on. I don't know that I can build anything. Harvest set 30/30, so I can go build. Okay, so forge the coat. Forge this. We're going to max it out. We're going to max it out. We're going to go here, here. And then we're going to put the coat on. And then we're going to go back here and put, not that. That's that free piece that I saw. There, see, I got another dumb. There we go. I was looking for that extra one, which I don't get nothing but steel and stuff out of it. I don't need another set of scrolls. But I was looking for that. I knew I got a free piece of loot somewhere. All right, so there's that change. Now, other things that you want to put on there is like your duelist boots and your duelist rings, because they increase your march speed. Okay, that is, so you want to get your troop load up. What is his problem? Whose? Yeah, gotta be careful with that, guys. 100%. This is how problems start. Lingo goes. What is who's? Define who you're talking about. I swear, I go through this chat and I'll hear people referencing other people all the time, and no one defines who they're talking about. And if they're like, "What the hell?" I mean, they could be talking about me. Yeah, is it because I hit this guy? I asked. Tell you what, I'm gonna take the artillery off. Settings. My little number one march is every troop I got minus artillery. All right, there's that. Okay, so now I'm in a max gather what I can gather formation, right? So in the first march, do that. And then while we're talking about it, we'll go in here. Well, I started upgrading the academy. This has been a good time to go in there and get all those troop load researches done, right? And this is another reason you want it done. Oh, she's talking. See, she does this. She's talking in Kingdom chat, and then she comes over here for like, yeah. None of us care about what's going on in Kingdom chat. That's because Hitman's probably watching the Alliance on the live chat. That's why he's. I got news. I know a few players over in your Alliance, Hitman, that will not tolerate your method of play. You led your alliance, my alliance, from my kingdom. Now I can play on 7. You left them? Bring your players over, man. 747 is going to be an active kingdom just because of the bullshit that's going on in there. If you guys, I mean, come grow together. I'm telling you, this is why I said, really, you shouldn't be putting any money into a kingdom that doesn't end with a 0 from now on. I'm going to try and make that a standard. 747 being the exception just because of who I saw here. There's a whole bunch of people that are great people here. There's going to be a lot of good people you can learn from in 747 that are hiding in the background, not telling people who they are. Let's go look at some of these. So 40K iron and 200. That's without taking my artillery. You know what? I got multiple marches. Just because you send the one without doesn't mean you can't send the artillery march second. All right. So that's how you do that. Make them work. What do we care how long it takes the artillery to get there? They carry a bigger load. Yeah. See, by taking my artillery out, this march a round trip. Oh, and other places you can do that. Man, your airship's got troop load on it. Oh, let me go get that. Uh, troop load plus percentages. Here we go. Upgrade. I'll bet you anything. I haven't gone in and collected my. Let's do that. And man, I better do this before 5 o'clock hits today. And then back out. Embark. Kill the last castle. Claim all. Move on. Rapid challenge. Confirm. Back out. Because there's nothing rapid about the rapid challenge. Just freaking show me already. I don't need to see the castle sparkle. Ooh, shiny objects. This is tedious. You know, they're getting the concept of quick claim buttons. They're putting them in everywhere. I've harped on it this summer. They're going back through all the summer stuff. Somebody new over there is going back through and taking my ideas and making them their ideas. Thank freaking God. I've said it over and over again. Steal the ideas. Go for it. Make the game better. We're all happy with that. Yeah, I didn't go claim that other one. But I'm getting banners and stuff like that. Let me go back. Speed ups. Not as good as it used to be. Man, back in 2017, I remember I had so many frickin' speed ups. There was, and no desire to build more marches. You know, and I had like 110,000 hours of speed ups from expeditions. And that one's not quite finishing. So, play them all as far as I got on building expeditions today. Let's go in. Nope. Curiosities. Dink, dink, dink. Airship. This is what I come in here for. With some more level 2s, some more level 1s, and speed ups. I'm still just jerking off on the speed up thing. All right. And oh, that's achievement. Plunder. Yay. Oh, the reason I needed it. Doesn't do any good to go get them sprockets if you don't turn around and put them on the damn thing, right? Okay, so there we go. And then I don't have any 3s. Yeah. But I probably got some infantry damage received. I don't care about that. Infantry damage received is a big deal. So we'll bump that a little bit right for KE. Distance. Now I am focused on my single march right now, which is going to be cavalry in this little build. So I don't care about my artillery so much yet. As I start getting the level 1 gears, I will start adding to that because it'll reduce the damage inside my castle. Because your airship is always inside your castle now. Yeah, but it won't be my primary focus. Because with a single march system, I'm just going to have my 1 march out there kicking ass. I'm not going to worry about what it does. All right, so 11 seconds now. There we go. I see 𝙂's over in the alliance already. Let's see what that did. Even less iron. Man, that don't seem right, does it? 41, 200. I don't like the top 30 nap system. That's telling new players who don't know anything, we're going to take advantage of you. Well, they have nothing to be taken advantage of. That's killing them just to kill them. It's to piss them off. You're literally trying to kill your kingdom on day 1 with a top 30 nap system. It is the worst fucking policy I've ever heard. In somebody's imaginary mind, I'm going to beat on you and piss you off so much you're going to coin. It's imaginary. It's not real. It's more like I'm going to beat on you till you say, fuck this game. So the best players I ever had in 362 were the free players who stuck it out for 6 months until they got addictive, and then they started coining a little bit 6 months later because they knew they could play for free, and they knew it was worth it to coin a little here and a little there so they can be above the competitive masses. So it's the way it's always been was stupid in the beginning, and people lead like they've been led. So the stupid thought that somebody had in Kingdom 1 way back when has been repeated 747 times. What's the definition of insanity? Let's keep doing it again and expect a different result. Yeah, I seen people in here talking about 741, 743, and like, oh, I'm going to go back and teach that guy. It just, people leaving this kingdom to go to that kingdom just to kill because they're being assholes. Is a mouthy stuff. Oh, that's always the most fun, especially in New Kingdoms. I'm not doing that here. I don't need to test anything. I'm not going to get the new guards. It wouldn't be relevant if I did. I don't need to be testing anything like that. If anything, this is just, call me I should rename this castle the Cameraman, simply because I'm just going to watch what happens, see how it goes, and, be a not so obvious, fly on the wall type thing. But I am not going to answer any political questions in game. If they want to come over and ask over in the Discord, they can. But I don't care after that. Because they're in Discord, a bunch of people can help you out. I haven't had to answer too many questions in Discord because there's enough people out there who know what they're doing and are very helpful that they like taking the time to teach. And the numbers are growing into Discord. I didn't like it for a long time. I still don't like it. It's a terrible chat room, but it's a common chat room, so you can't buck every freaking tide, right? Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to throw a full march at it and see what the hell. 1680-80. I'm not plummeting down millions of freaking food at 80K a trip. That's for damn sure. I don't think it's got troop march speed on it. Quit. It's got army damage received, though. See, the no attacking buildings, people get it in their mind they can go in their fortress and they don't have to put their troops in their castles. And to attack a fortress, it's going to say you caused damage to the fortress. And then people start deliberately misreading that as, you're not allowed to attack buildings. I'm allowed to attack troops. If your troops are in your building, it became, that's one of the reasons we had the no attacking alliance hives rule, even during the KE event. But if your alliance is thinking they're going to attack us from their hive, now we're going to show up on your doorstep. And then you think there's going to be a no attacking building rule that you made up on your own? If you read the standard cookie cutter, we're here to troll your kingdom rules, basically You are required to be passive until we're prepared to kick your ass. That's what those rules work out to be. You're not allowed to do anything. We're just going to pick on the weaker as we grow stronger, picking on weaker people, and we're going to work our way up the food chain. Like I said, these are the same players. They've done this every time. That's why, I call the top whatever nap slavery. Why don't I want 100 people who are watching the live to come in there and start building their own alliance today? They wouldn't be in the top 30. Why wouldn't we want that? Let's say even the crap math there is, well, 90% of the people leave. That means that you want to throw out the 10 people who might stay and become KVK players 3 months from now? It's dumb thinking. You got 2-3 months. If you are this uber KVK guy that everybody should listen to, then killing people who might join your KVK sounds pretty dumb to me. Instead of knowing they may have never even heard of the game before today, joined up, want to see what's going on, and all they see in the Kingdom chat is, well, I don't want my kid to look at my phone, right? The lessons that are taught from New Kingdoms in Guns of Glory is just absolutely asinine. It is a how to not make a game grow. I glossed over it. I hid it for those first 2 years because I didn't want it on my channel. And the minute they went after me with the fake lawyer stuff from the WWE event, when they tried to say that WWE was trying to threaten to sue me, it was gloves off after that. I was like, you have picked the wrong fucking guy. My news organization was getting 9 to 10 legal threats a day. This little Chinese company is not going to freaking make me back off. Ethan, just remember that when you build a new castle in a kingdom, don't jump to the hive. Get at least to the level 9 threats, kills. Do all your starter quests. Because you got to kill 10 of this, 10 of that, kill it, things like that. Get all that done before you jump to the hive, or you're not going to be able to find the threats, and that slows you down. All right? So they built those quests into the game where you have to kill 10 of this, 10 of that, because I pointed out how to build in my farm alliance video where I taught people how to build a farming alliance, that to build a quality farm alliance, you had to get all your little starter quests done. Okay? Because the seeding software was based on who needed what. So if you stuck 100 C10s next to your alliance, the seeding software next to your alliance that may be near the center all of a sudden had level 3 threats all through your shit. And nobody could get their dailies done on their mains. So you had to have your alliance 180 kilometers from fort to fort away from yours. You want to make sure that's true for any other alliances that get near you. Screw these rules you guys are making up. If your alliance is within if you sit there next to your threat and it's 180 kilometers to somebody else's alliance, then you're good. You won't be fighting during events where you have to kill threats. Okay? That's a safe distance apart. If you're closer than that, your alliance and their alliance are going to be fighting for the same damn threats. So you don't want your farm that close. You don't want another alliance that close. Spread out. And in 592, we proved you can go up in the corner. Oh, man, everybody bitched about that. We went up in the corner where there's nothing but level 1 threats all the way around us and stayed there for 3 months and outgrew everybody. Stop thinking you know how the shit works. The seeding software will adjust to the power and need of the alliance within limits. And I said it during the live, you want to be in a level 5 where you see level 5 tiles in your area. The seeding software will go up a couple tiles and threats. You'll get lots of high quality red guards and lots of high quality threats further away from, the further you are away from the dark forest, the better the threat kills and the red guard camp kills are. Okay. The closer you are to the forest, the better the farming of tiles for people who log on, farm a tile, log off. That's not growth. You are not going to farm your way into a fighting position. Okay. But you've got to kill hundreds of thousands of threats to get your airship up, to get your guards up, and to get your Lord EXP up. So you want the best quality threat you can get. The level 5 tile area seems to be about the optimization for that. I wanted to look at this last hit I did with everything. Oh, crap. That was a lot more. 284. 56K. Still not interested, just out of boredom. All right. So I'm going to go to Alliance. This is something. I don't give a shit. I've got a video on this. People think donations is I'm giving the R5 something. Look, guys, even if you do it in gold, okay, and then you go over to the Alliance store and you buy something, it's cheaper. I'm not going to spend 2,000 gold to go get a port back to my Alliance. Then I'm going to go get a fort port, much cheaper. And which I already had one. I'm going to keep my alliance teleports. My alliance teleports bring me next to the R5. So I tend to hoard those in a new kingdom for combat reasons. I actually got my spot back. Oh, heartburn from that cough. That little thing says, don't be mad at lazy people. They didn't do anything. All right. So, okay, man, I know there's a lot of people on the live right now. Any direct questions? Man, I cannot read Russian right this second, man. Google has no translator for us. When I answer people in other languages on the videos, I have to manually translate them. This is one of the things the other YouTubers don't get too, is I do put videos out in 10 languages. So, and when we do certain broadcasts, like if I do a worldwide broadcast, it's like 48,000 people get a notification. And then usually we can bump the damn live viewers up to 200-300 as they read it. But yeah, I think about 200-300. Yawning's contagious. I know, right? Me and my dog do yawn fights. My dog will sit on the couch, be watching TV, and he'll go, and I'll mock him, and then it makes him yawn again. The and then he gives me a dirty look because I'm forcing him to yawn. Lots of fun. Simple things entertain me. The I don't think I went in and did my. Been on long enough that we. That's my shooting range. You know what I didn't do today? I didn't do the damn wolf. Do we have a wolf? We do have a wolf. Holy crap, I'm only 39 seconds with everything I got. What a crap default there, though, right? I'm just going to do it to do it. I'm not even going to worry about it. Yeah. A kill's a kill. It's not more one rain. Uh, when your troops die, they are accredited to you and the player who killed you. When you kill people, you get and troops die even in your attack march, you get points accredited for that. And a kill's a kill. In your castle, out of your castle. Hey, here's a question. Did I even put on my combat gear? I did not. Bet you that was a crappy hit. I'll tell you what you want to do in these beginning ones. Look, it's collect after every hit. Go into your inventory and keep using up because you can get skill points. And your leader, you're level 20, I'm level 23 versus a level 1. You want to be a level freaking 24 versus a level 1. You will get a little more damage out of that. What hat did I get? Oh, I got a Demon Hunter cap. All right. Again, not worth shit to me. For those people avoiding 99 cents, you'll get all that stuff in week 2 for free. Well, it's week 2. Okay, what we can do, we can go look and see if I got some army damage I can throw on there. Look at that. I bumped the crap out of my embassy the other day. I bet you it's got some. Woohoo! I don't care. All right. Oh, I know what I'm looking for, and I should have known where it was at. All right, this is what I was looking for. A little more distance damage. I haven't built a lot of distance troops. That's why I'm not making a formation right now. The wolf is an infantry. So, kill accordingly. Build your march up based on that. This first one's like participation stuff. All right, he's asking about the talent tree. I recommend when you're building your damn creation, do the bottom row, get the max satchel and the max capacity so you get the most crests. Crests are more power than the gear and they're more talent and power than the thing. So you want as many crests as you can possibly get. Max them crests out. Once you max the crest out, the crests are huge. So let's, while I'm waiting on a wolf, we can do that. Dink, dink, dink. Catacombs. Holy crap, I passed a. And I find you get more crests in the level 4 area than you do in the level 5 area. But everybody starts concerning themselves with that purple gear, right? And it is important early on and every day to be getting your guard weapon loot every freaking day. And then or at some point you're going to get so many of these healing speed ups that it doesn't matter. But early on, it's not a bad idea to stockpile a bunch of them. I mean, you can, just a couple hundred when I say a bunch. Eventually, you'll have like 10,000 of them you can't use. Let's see how I did on the damage. So this was my first one without my gear. 138,000. 280,000. I'm just going to throw my cav at it because my cav has damage on it. I've stacked up more damage on my cav for an impending KE fight. Not the best thing for the wolf, but it's got that and I can do these faster. Holy crap. Yeah, I actually went down. 280. Because the wolf is infantry and infantry kills cap. I hate that. The mark is red doesn't work if you've opened up and looked at the report. So don't forget to go back and collect your loot. And then we're gonna attack. Let's go in here to distance guards. I don't have. Oh, there's Duke. Select. And distance. I don't have what I want. That. This. Distance. 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 And then we're going to go back up here. And we're going to throw some splashes in there. I'll throw that in as a splash. A little bit of that. Throw that. And a little bit of that. Save. My guards aren't leveled up. I don't know what that'll do. That's pretty damn weak. Okay, so event. But that's the basic idea behind a freaking wolf formation. You really want all, you know, a full march of your top tier. All right. You can throw too much of something at the wolf and lower your damn damage. Yeah, we're just really concerned about the free Lord XP. It would be nice to be #1 in the kingdom because you get a lot of Lord XP from it. But I didn't plan for that. Normally, if I go in to establish myself in a kingdom, I'll be #1 on that board every single time for months. Because I'll go in there and I'll power build me up a distance march. Okay. $168. So right now, I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to try here because distance guards matter. All right. Let's go here. Attack. But let's swap out my distance guards. Distance guard. These things need some, not stars on them. They need some other stuff. Let's select. And then I am going to where's she at? This one. Select. I'm gonna throw everything at it. We will build hive next to us. See, Bella doesn't listen. I mean, I just explained why it's a bad idea, but like I said, I'm not in charge of that. That's not going to affect me. They're out there dividing everybody's time because you need a bigger castle shell. Is he attacking Trey or is somebody attacking him? All right, go to war. Yeah, somebody's attacking him. Basically just demonstrating when you're first starting out and we don't care about them troops anyway, this doesn't matter much. But we'll go look and see if I made a difference. Oh, hell no. That was a terrible thing. Just throw shit at it, basically. All right. Yeah, we'll put that out there. See what she does. Yeah. It's advice. You can always say no. Yeah. Yeah, that's oh, did they give a bunch of them for being number one? I don't know. I haven't seen the Wolf. I've been so out of the loop on doing the regular stuff. Yeah. So this happens every year, starting around October, right 2 weeks before October 1st. I don't have time to pay attention to little things until the first of the year. I gotta get my taxes done, and then once I'm done with that, I can start working on the next 9 months, right? Yeah. Oh, and this is one of these little chicken shit guys in here too. Had to come in with a counterpoint. Oh, it's not much of a worry. Just ignore him. There's a reason I'm talking about this. There's a reason I'm saying it. It is because the game seating system is not new to Guns of Glory. It's been the game seating system for 20 plus years. Games use the same seating system. It's math that is proven to work. It's just what you do when you want things randomly planted around. You want to go to averages. Uh, Guns of Glory's average on that is they spawn about 6 threats for every castle, based on that castle's need. A little high, a little low, and some average. And there's some randomization in there. But if you got a ton of low castles in there, you're going to wind up with a ton of threats. Same thing with tiles. If all the quest stuff done for gather this much resource, gather that much resources, all of a sudden your level 5 tiles become level 6 tiles right next to your alliance. When you're lining up your alliance, if you just put one space between all the castles, there's a place for all them tiles right next to it, since you think you got to get out and push. Yeah, because you're too lazy to swipe right or bookmark an area with larger level tiles than where you're sitting in. You don't need to be sitting next to the stuff you're dealing with, basically. Yeah, I probably should have stayed kicking ass on the wolf. Yeah. The only thing I'm doing on my main is I make sure I get in here and do these things, because I am doing math on that type of research. So that's the one thing I've been trying to log into and do every day. I don't always get it done. Is that the one I don't need troops? That's the one I don't need troops. Yeah, the large XP is worth a lot. Let's try one with everything with my good guards. How about that? I don't think I did that. Do, 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 do. Because they're on my wall. That little quirk only got half-ass fixed. And this is the quirk I'm talking about. They used to pull your guards off your wall. So if somebody hits me in the night, I got my two best defensive guards based on my cavalry up build. Event center. That's probably why. If I go in here, whoop, that's not what. That's wrong. Take that down and add him. Select. And there I'm going to send everything. All right. I think that bison's in my Discord chat. Oh, if you've watched it for as long as I have, Skywolf, literally they will have these conversations with themselves in Kingdom Chat, and I've seen them so often. It's the same phrases, different names sometimes, but the conversation will go back and forth. It's sometimes botted chat. Did you put it on the bot? The man, make sure you go in there and talk to those guys in their Discord, and make sure your Red Guard rallies and stuff will set up, because that thing will join a Red Guard rally when somebody starts one. So you'll be doing Red Guard rallies all night long, which is a good thing. Now Groot speaks German. All right, what do we get here? That's what I should have been doing. My two best guards that I set up for cavalry and throwing everything at it. That would have been best. That would have put me at 3 million on the wolf. Would have been my best possible number, right? Which would have put me rank what? Collect. I rank 92, so there's a bunch of people out there who've gone. I mean, you know me, guys. I'm not sitting here with like the littlest of stuff, but I rank 92. There's 91 people who have got some stuff on their castle. When I tell you that just observationally, there is a lot of building going on in this kingdom. I mean, there is a lot of building going on in this kingdom. The See, this is the problem that I have. We come in there to countermand me. I explained to him the fundamentals of why what I'm saying is what I'm saying. And no, oh, thanks. I didn't know that. His goal was to countermand me. His goal was not to learn anything. He is goal orientated towards undermining any words I say. Just simply because he can't acknowledge that he just learned something or that he already knew it and was just trying to counter it. One of those two things happened. You either learned something or you didn't. You're doing the bot gimmick? What's the gimmick? How much stuff is going? See, you always have these douches right there, right? If I knew what his uh, wall guards are, I might reinforce him, but I don't know. I didn't ask. This early on, I'm leery about anybody having proper wall guards, right? We go to threats. We want to kill as big a threat as we can possibly kill. Can't find it. I guess I haven't started killing. So, like doing your dailies, a distance march, the wolf march is the better march to be using. I'm using the cavalry march just because I'm lazy and I don't want to wait for my next freaking thing. And like I said, I'm running a one march system. Yeah. Like I said, this is the grind that you need to be doing every day. You've got to be doing this. This stuff matters. Since I'm about to log off, I'm not. Wait a minute. What do I need to do? Level 13 hospital. Always make sure you do your upgrades before you do your heals, or you get locked out of it. Well, I wouldn't have got locked out long with that. I was debating to go into C26 before the first KE because so many other people did it. And I just, I'm just going to play back here in the cheap seats with everybody else. Like I said, I like a challenge. The Gunmuse castle got so big that there was no fun. There was no doubt when whether or not I was going to win something. Like I said, there's good grind, there's bad grind. You're talking about the grind stuff. For those that are listening, I know on your phones they tend to make that chat box just go away, and it's a pain in the ass to figure out how to get it to come back so you can see what people are saying. But also so you can find the like and the subscribe button, please do that. If you're watching on a TV, the lives are in 1080p, but the videos are in 4K. So bookmark me on your TV with your remote. It's a lot easier to put a how-to video up on the TV and then do your stuff on your phone. You can kind of, if you're like me, I sit there and I got the TV running all the time and I ignore it. But then you can listen to what's going on and pay attention, look at what's going. It's the when I went to go doing 4K video and people started using the TV for the learning aspect, that was a big jump for everybody. The You know what? I went and got that Inez. I didn't go put her because she's going to be on my. I'm mumbling to myself, but this is what I'm talking about. I'm leveling Inez and Henry uh, because they have troop training on them. So I know that when I'm leveling them and I'm doing more Henry, that's why he's on my center. That's why I've got Henry on the center. So that I don't have to think about the fact that the percentages are going to get bigger when I add this stuff to it. And then I put my guard that I'm attacking stuff with because I know I'm going to lever her, right? And also mopping will be one I level for a distance guard. So I put these guards on here fairly deliberately so that when I go in here and just do this stuff where, every day you got to spend some stuff, right? So when I go do these things, I don't have to think about it. And my castle's gotten stronger in more than one place. Yeah. So think about that kind of stuff. And then I like to have that little daily gold delivery there because by the end of the, we get down to KVK because that daily gold delivery, I'll have a couple 100,000 gold no one else will have unless they spent a fortune. But at least then I can do things like be supportive, like pull somebody in to fill a tower up or something like that. It's a different way of supporting. I'm going into the support, I'm going to do support roles. Hey, I did unlock the ability to fondle the mermaid. Yeah, which is important. Got to be able to fondle the mermaid. What I mean by that? Ooh, right. That's something you actually unlock. Figure that one out. Wonder who their target audience there is. People with a credit card? Alright, that's all my free chances. Play 3-card money down there in Chicago style, right? Send gifts. I don't have any gifts to send. I just won your freaking game. But she starts adding up in the benefits, right? So she's got some construction speed, some instant speed buildups. There's 2 minutes of instant speed right there. That's why I'm getting almost 40 minutes of free timers at the end of a construction site, plus the hour that I'm getting from the help button. That's almost 2 free hours worth of free speed ups here. Yeah. I didn't check. I might be getting close to a gym here. New World gives you 100 if you can finish it. I do not have it. 100 of the R10s. So 2 weeks of New World, I'm at 108 out of 200, and you get an R10 gym set for free. I always recommend that you do the health gym first. There's more of them. Once you unlock that, you can get a bigger score in a 50% event because you got more of them to upgrade to, which gives you more free loot, which makes you buy more stuff, which you can up more things, and it becomes like crack. I can do more crack because I can get things done. I don't have any Sun King ingots. I don't have any Retribution ingots. And I'm not even real sure. He bought a whole Sun King set. It must be in the store right now. I say, Sun King's where you don't want to go mix and matching with other gear. The you don't want to go mix and match that. I'm going to end this live because it's been that long of a day. Don't go mix and matching gear. They do sell Retribution. Yeah, I just wanted to see what they were trying to charge you guys for it. 300. So what's that? $10 will get you a full Sun King set. Not a big deal. Not even that